Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia.
Monrovia,
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa.
Africa.
Just to spoon you will know.
Oh yes, just tune to
The
Spoon.
children crying for starvation. Just to spoon. You want to get a new.
Okay, you want to get the news, you want to know what's happening in Liberia, just tune to Spoon, Spoon FM, Spoon Radio, Spoon TV. This is where you get all the information, authentic news about the happenings in the country. I like to say welcome to another fascinating edition of the program. This is where Liberians across the world gather every single day to get the news. Of course, today is the 9th day of May 2024. And I like to say thanks to all of you who have joined us tonight. Spoon Talk, we're live across the internet on Spoon Talk Live on YouTube, on Facebook. We are there on Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV. For those of you in other parts of the country, we are also live on several frequencies. Thanks to the partner radio stations across the country that are relaying this edition of the program. My name is Nelson Colette, and of course, with time fast spent, I like to just go across. I see Dr. Richardson is already here with us. Let me welcome Dr. Richardson. Welcome, Doc. It's good to have you on the show tonight.
Nelson, hello, and hello to Liberians, wherever you are. It's good to be here tonight. How are you doing?
Yes, we're doing good, and let me start by saying our apologies to our folks out there. We've been trying to make some technical adjustments in the background, yes, and that has got us here at about this time. But yes, thanks to all of the folks that have been here waiting, and it's good that we are back. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I'm also like to join Nelson to apologize to all of you. But as you probably know, we have a lot of challenges with our, electricity and all of that stuff and different things in Liberia. So thank you for being patient and always following us here on Spoon. Today, we're going to have a very interesting conversation with you. We have the transportation minister coming in today. He's scheduled to be the guest for the show. And we're going to tell you about, his vision, his plans for Liberia. As you well know, that is an area that we are also challenged in. Nelson, I'll be here today. Tomorrow, my oldest daughter graduates. She's going to be graduating from Temple University.
Oh, wow.
In this part of the United States, she majored in advertising, specifically some area called copyright design.
Oh, okay.
So I'm very excited. I'm a proud mother right now. So I'll be in between. I'm cooking because some family members are coming tonight to celebrate her and to celebrate us parents. So I'm in between. I'm cooking for them. So you guys can leave too, which I tend to leave anyways. But if I leave, I'll be checking my soup and my food that I'm baking and cooking and being here at the same time. This is not new, This is how I multitask all the time since I've been knowing myself. But yes, we're feeling proud tonight. I was able to get 4 daughters through high school. It's not an easy accomplishment. One graduated, one is graduating tomorrow, one is a third year in college, and one will be going to college. So that is all that I can dream about. Now I can retire, right?
Oh yeah, certainly. Dr. Richardson, I want to add my voice to the many voices to say a very big congratulations to her. What's her name?
Marcian. Her name is Marcian Dollier.
Okay, Marcian, congratulations to you as you celebrate this milestone today, and we are celebrating with you. And as Dr. Richardson is preparing the food, we are also here in healing hours through the magic of technology. And we're celebrating and want to say congratulations to you. And thanks to you as well, Dr. Richardson, because it's usually a hectic one all by itself. providing the guardians and everything. The parents do play a very important role
Yes,
in the educational sojourn of every single person, young people.
yes,
And I think
absolutely. I
you've
want to say
earned
thank you
yourself an
to
accolade for that.
I want to say thank you to my husband. Without him, I don't know how we could have done it together. It's always good to have the balance. I'm the mother who's always yelling, telling them gotta do this, gotta do that, and then they run to dad. Mommy, no, 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 no. He said, okay, just and I'm giving him sign by my eyes, like you better follow me, better you better you better protect me, you know. And he says like, yeah, okay, let's go for a ride, let's go, So it takes that sort of yin yang, I like to call it, a good balance. But Nelson, let me tell you a trouble, which is a good trouble to have, right? Just to give you a typical example of the children, I think these days, I don't know in Liberia, but I want to say more of the children in the US. So my oldest daughter, which is my grandson's mother who's graduating, she was like, she's not a people crowd person. She's an artist, honestly. She draws very beautiful pictures, and so she's like from the onset, oh mommy, I don't want to party. Let's just go out to dinner. Me and my sisters, my Mr. AB, they call my husband Mr. AB. Let's just go to dinner and have a quiet time. I was like, okay. So I'm planning her younger sister's party, planning the menu, they're getting the evites together and everything. And she hears us planning this party, and she's like, the next day, a couple of days later, she said, "Mommy, was that for me? Was the food menu for me?" And I was like, "No, you told me they didn't want a party, so I was planning for a younger sister." And she's like, "I think I want a party now." So I'm like, "Okay, I'll combine both of your parties together, do one shot. I don't have to stress myself out working." So that was cool. Everybody's fine with it. So she goes, and she and her sister, they're talking. My youngest is 18, and my oldest, who's graduating, she's 25. And they're like, we have different friends, and we're at a different age bracket and different age group. So I'm like, okay. So next they come to me and tell me, well, mommy, we think we need to have two parties. We think that our friends are different, and we are in different age group. I'm above 21. I can, you have to be 21 and above to at least have wine cooler. I can have wine cooler at the party and stuff like that. And I'm like, oh my goodness. So now my husband and I left to planning two parties. But at first we were like, oh my God, two parties. But I'm gonna put a tent in the backyard. I know I have the menu for two different types of food. I'm not, it's good trouble. It's actually, I'm not complaining. I could have been, I sat about it and I prayed about it. And I could have been at a police station paying to get both of them out of jail or something, or I could have been at I could have been at a rehab center, you know, visiting both of them while they struggle with something. I could have been at a hospital, I could have been doing something that we would have said maybe a parent would have been worried about. But it's a good problem to have. So I will be hosting two parties, one in July, one in August, for two graduations. So
Wow.
yeah, that's what Me in Africa, my party, man, what I say, we're putting all of your party together. One thing I'm gonna
Yeah.
yeah, I'm gonna say, yeah, oh, thank you very much. Yeah, but that's the age group and the nature of the children that we're working with these days. So I
Yeah.
just wanted to share that with you guys. But yes, but it's good trouble. It's good trouble. That's what I say to myself.
Yeah, certainly. And I was a bit lost in terms of the connection, but it's good that I'm back.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Yeah,
know. I thought I saw I came on, so I just continue. Yes.
uh, uh, yeah. So yeah, and we're here today, and I
Any
think we
any
all said,
interesting thing going on in the country you'd like to report to our listeners and viewers?
oh, okay, yeah. So one of the things that a lot has been said about quite recently has been this issue with the uh, no-go zone restriction that the Liberian National Police thought to
Mm-hmm.
introduce,
Mm-hmm.
and it has been a major uh, discussion because a lot of Liberians, a very minute portion of the country has access to private vehicles. People use public transportation. All of that is either someone is getting on on a taxi, on a keke, or most times on a motorbike. So that conversation has been going on. There was an MOU signed with a one of the presidents, or should I say, the president of the motorcycles and tricycles union, one John Keon, and they agreed that by the 15th of this month, the Liberia National Police would have rolled out this enforcement, this no-go zone restriction, and they even carry on series of awareness. But again, there was another group that was planning a protest on grounds that freedom of movement is their constitutional right, and any attempt by the police to restrict them would be like a violation of their rights. So they were planning to stage a protest. But today we woke up to uh, a very interesting information from the police IG, Colonel Gregor Coleman, where he has said that the police have reconsidered the decision to remove those guys from the streets. They will be allowed to run, but provided if those individuals have all of the safety gears, everything that is required to operate, vehicles, especially motorbikes. So, and I was listening to the requirements that are Richardson. I was just laughing because driving coming back, I was laughing, and so you should have helmet number one. You should
Mhm.
have the vest. You should
Mhm.
have your two view mirror. Everything must be correct. That
Mhm.
one of the majority of the motorbikes in the streets today in Liberia, they don't have the view mirrors. But he said, if you should apply the major streets, you should have those view mirrors. Your bike should be registered. It should be insured. And yeah, and a few more other things. So it's good that the transport minister will be coming on. Yeah. So
Yeah. Nelson, I'm actually agonized by this movement, this approach by Greg. I don't know his what
Conor
Colonel.
Gregory, come on.
Yeah, Colonel
Yeah.
Greg Coleman. I'm agonized by that because he came out on the show and said that they were initially going to restrict
Yeah.
the motorbike bikers and perhaps the pimp and ride drivers, but and I understand that some of these people, that's a livelihood. This is why they do it. But at the same time, this has nothing to do with freedom of movement. The argument is dead on arrival because where I live in my neighborhood, only a certain tons of car can come in the neighborhood. I never heard nobody, and the reason why they do it because to protect the road and for the greater good, for the safety of the kids. And there's several rules like this. If you're in the states, you can there's several bridges that you have to be a certain tons to be riding on them. So I don't know why they talk about freedom of movement. That doesn't even add up to me. I wish somebody could challenge that in court. I do understand that they have to make their living, but at the same time, it still isn't appropriate. I mean, for the safety of the people in Liberia, those bikers, that's why I think Nelson said he was laughing. Half of them don't even have their rear view mirrors because they have probably, they ran into people and lost their rear view mirror. Recently, I was in Liberia and a biker ran into the car that was transporting me, and the guy was wearing slippers. All right, that's how he was. So I hope that they're not even wearing just slippers because slippers is dangerous. You can hurt yourself. He could have harmed his leg, broken his leg on that slippers that he was riding. So I hope, like I agreed, they're allowing them, but they will have proper gear. But in my view, they should be restricted to certain areas. That is fine. And the reason why, because we don't have the roads yet. Let them fix parts of the city roads and fix the city. And then we can revisit the conversation with having them come to the city. But since they're going to have them come to to the major roads, they're going to apply the major rules. Yeah, somebody should be checking to make sure that they have all their safety gears, like the helmet. He said the insurance, their lights should be appropriately affixed on the car. Um, one passenger. I heard that you only have like one passenger because some of them they can use the. I've seen keke and bikes towing load that I've never seen in my life before. In
Oh
fact,
yeah. Oh yeah.
I
Imagine someone is moving from one location to another, and they have their beds, an entire bed. Like you disassemble the bed. Someone puts that on the motorbike. The dresser, as big as the dresser is, someone takes that and put it on the motorbike, and that's how it is.
yeah, and then I heard someone say, and somebody in our chat room said, and I actually agree with this person that as the Colonel Coleman, if you make a decision, you have to stand by your decision. You can't make your decision, especially in the role that you play, and then retract on your decision. It's like parenting. If I make a decision, in order for my grandson or my children to know that I'm very serious, I stand by my view. All right. I might come back and listen just to listen to what they have to say, but for the most part, I hold on to my decision. So I'm concerned that those bikers, the next time Connor Coleman talk, they might think that he's joking. He's not. They're not going to take him seriously anymore because he retracted on his first statement, which was they can only apply the back roads, not the major roads. Now he's saying they can, oh, you can kind of apply the major roads, but we'll check to make sure you have all of these safety gears and all of these things that are necessary for you guys to drive your vehicles, such or your motorbikes, such as registration, insurance, and all of that. So I don't know. I don't know. It's not sitting right with me. But anyway, go ahead, Nelson. Let me go check before something gets
Okay.
burned.
Okay. Yeah. So so this is the situation, and interestingly, the police IG said that this is happening following further conversation with the folks, the very individuals uh, that are going to be affected by this process, the enforcement exercise. They have their own structures and all of that. So there were conversations held with them, and so the police, uh, as it as an institution, a team of a group of people who are well trained to carry on these kinds of processes, have thought it wise to go back on that and revisit their decisions, their actions, and see how best they can fit that in with what the motorcyclists have been calling for. So we look forward to seeing how that goes. But while we do this, we await the rest of the team. Well, Dr. Richardson is going to be back. The Okay, so I see. Okay, so the team is coming on gradually, and so that means we will not be going to the phone lines, and we have the CEO now on.
What happened?
Welcome, sir.
You have some technical problem?
Yeah, I've been having technical issues, but those issues have been addressed adequately.
You have resolved the issues?
Yes, sir.
Thank
All
you
the
very
issues
much.
are resolved.
Thank you. I know you did it intentionally though. I used to go to work and the work is so hard, I would do something for, in the factory for them to send everybody home. You turn off the breaker or you do something, because you're tired. So I know that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to cause problem, temper with the equipment and turn the generator off and say, well, the generator not coming on, you know. But it's all right, Nelson. We here. Anything you want to do, we say we beg you, don't do it today. Because I want grade this guy that coming on. This minister, Minister Salif Tyler, transport minister, by the way. I have a lot of questions, Nelson. I know the rest of the folks will be joining us shortly, but I have a lot of questions, Nelson. What's the work of the transport ministry? They just to get in your car and tell you, say, pay car registration, pay lesson plate fee. What's going on between the transport ministry and the Labrador National Police and the National Road Fund? What's going on? I mean, how much money are they generating? You know what I'm saying? How much
Mm-hmm.
money? Everybody just on the street. Folks, today we're going to have Salif Talon. He's the Minister of Transport. He was one of the second batch that was nominated by President Jose Yima Bouaka. And, his brother is Alex Tata. And, Alex Tata, the senator from Bome County. The senator beat, you know who he beat? Who was the guy that ran against him?
Sekou
Morris
Dole?
Satuma, right? That Morris Satuma?
No, that's so good, I think.
Yeah.
No?
No,
Yes,
Dole, but
Satuma.
Morris Satuma was in the
Yeah.
race too.
Yeah.
Morris Satuma was in the race and he went against Dolly, we push it. And then after I called the man name, the man get very with me, but I'm waiting, I set in trap for Alex Talo. He got mad for no reason. Because he tell the people then does and they sell it in the county. But he makes some money for the county, by the way, though. That was a smart move, He made like almost $1 million for the county. The leftover, the iron ore dust, it's needed. It's very important. And that was a smart move by Alex Tyler. I just wanted him to explain more on it, And I think, listen, 2029 coming, he's not running again. I think he's going to find a candidate that will be running against Edwin Snow. I heard this through the grapevine that he will bring his own candidate. His candidate is this guy. How you call him? Devine, Richard Devine. I
Wow.
heard the whole story. Yeah, Richard Devine, Sando Johnson. Alex started trying to be the godfather for bombing. And I hope Edwin Snow is listening. I'm putting on the secret. Dr. Richardson, I came early to use my first 2 minutes to say the same. Alex Starter will be the godfather of Bome County. He is training Richard Devine, the superintendent of Bome County, and all the chiefs, and most of the representatives. They all favor Alex Starter. So I don't know. Listen. Okay, Alex Starter is not on the show. Now his brother coming, so maybe we beat his brother just because of him. Dr. Richardson, how you doing?
Busy, but I'm doing
You
well.
look good today, Dr. Richardson. You look fabulous today.
Oh, thank you. I
So
think
is that how you can get busy? Then get busy every day. Look at the earring.
No, actually, it's made by a Liberian girl, Agatha.
Oh yeah. How much you sell them?
I don't know if I should tell her prices here online, dude.
Why? You don't want to promote her?
I want to promote her, but I want her to be the one to tell those who.
She's not coming. She ain't got money to pay for commercial. She's not coming. So if you want to tell, she said it what, 150 US?
Yeah, 150 US. No, I don't remember, but I know I just bought a few of them. I don't remember.
Did you buy some for Glenny? She loved that BB earring too.
That's Glenny's best friend.
Oh yeah, that would Glenny take all that BB earring from?
Probably so, but she's.
What's her name? Agatha who?
Agatha. I don't know Agatha's last name.
The one that you can watch our show?
Yeah, she comes.
I will show you talk about her, man. That won't get a problem. I tell her when I pull get in like brother, Agatha that get money like that, I beg you, yeah.
No, yeah, Agatha. I just like her work. I think what I wore yesterday, the earring I had on yesterday, she made it. She makes these.
It's beautiful. I mean, it's very nice on you.
Let me tell you,
it's better on you than on Glenny, to be frank.
Oh, God help me.
It's better on you than on Glenny.
Let me just say that she makes the proceeds from these goes to Liberia because she supports.
No. Every money I gotta receive from selling earrings, she and what's the girl name? Muna Fahad, they supported Mr. Combs ANC. Say the truth.
Akata is not an ANC person. I never saw her to our events.
But she contributed at that, I know.
I don't know that.
Okay, so I'm not saying again.
But all I know recently, I purchased these recently, and she said to me, "Thank you," because the proceeds from this goes to someone in Liberia. I believe she supports the people, the Zogos who suffer, for lack of a better name, they suffer from substance abuse. So she supports them.
Oh, that's good. So she's saying her money to DeLong?
Probably so. I don't know which group, but probably so. I won't be surprised.
So, folks, Dr. Richardson, we have Salif Talo. He's our guest for today.
Yes.
We got a lot of story, though. A lot of things happening. Salif is our guest for today, the transport minister. We want to actually get involved and talk more about transport ministry. It is important for us to just, talk about this issue. It is important for us to just dig deeper because, since Mr. Talo took over, he been laid back. He just came from Guinea. By the way, he met the Guinean president. The God is big, and Salif Talo was so small under the God. The God is huge, though. It was like Goliath versus David or David versus Goliath. I will share the picture. The man standing so tall, and Salif Talo was just right by the man's waist, how you call this guy? Hey, I was telling him, man, I don't even want to share this, but I got a picture to share. That reason, this picture here will cause problem.
Wow.
If anybody say Fadiga in Liberia,
Oh my God.
I want to share it for her
Yeah,
privacy. I'm not going to
think
do it.
twice. Think twice.
Yeah, think twice. There's another day for you and me in paradise.
Look at that.
Oh,
Never heard of
think
that.
twice. Now, Richardson, what you got on your mind? We're going to go ahead and welcome our folks and bring in our guests for today. Talk to us, Dr. Richardson. What you got on your mind?
Well, Liberia is always on my mind, as I celebrate my daughter. I always think about young girls in Liberia, and the opportunities that are afforded to them. It's always on my mind. I think about a girl that could be the same age as my daughter. What is she doing? Is she graduating or have graduated already? So it's always that parallel thinking that I have about Liberia. So that's what's on my mind today. I want to just wish all of the young girls in the United States and in Liberia who have graduated and who are striving, who are doing well, to continue to make your parents proud.
Yeah, I see that the station went off.
Yeah, this been happening recently, even when I was on earlier talking.
How so? Do they have the generator on?
I don't know.
Yeah, because we got generator, man, a big
I
new
don't know.
generator. So let's see, they'll come back on, but talk to us, man.
Yeah, so that's what's on my mind. So I've been pretty busy preparing for food. I mean, preparing the food and preparing for my guests for tonight and tomorrow. But and short of that, I saw that Front Page Africa did a report on grading the representatives, and perhaps they will probably do the senators for Bong County. I think they started with Bong County. I wonder if they're going to do other counties as well. I was also talking earlier about Conor Gregory Coleman. You heard what he did, what happened in Liberia, right?
What did he do?
Well, he retracted on his original approach to the bikers. He said that they can now apply the streets, but they have to have all of the required paperwork, and their bike have to be in top safety shape for them to apply the street. Before they could only apply, when he came on the show, he said that they could only apply a certain areas, which is mostly the junctions and the back roads, and not the major streets, like for example, Tottenham Boulevard. But now he's saying that they can now they can ride on Tottenham Boulevard, but they have to have.
Have you received anything on that, though? Did you receive anything?
I saw a post, and Nelson mentioned that today that there was a news. It was in the news today in Liberia. That's what I'm saying. I know you're very cautious about making sure that we say, you know, what is verifiable in a way. But
Yeah, because my thing is that I think some part of that story is not accurate.
okay,
That the rich say. I believe, while we're warming this thing up, I just 100% believe that some part of the story is not accurate.
okay,
I also believe that uh, uh, Salif, the Minister of Transport, they work alongside with Gregor Coleman, and he will be speaking on it. That's why I'm asking you.
so that's good. It would be great for us to hear Sally's views about it, his thoughts about having the bikers plow the major streets in Monrovia. I have mixed views about it. I know the bikers have to make a living, and I believe that they can make a living depending on how innovative you are about how you run your business, how you sell your business, how you treat your customers. I think you guys can do well in applying the back roads. It's been the main road has been too congested. First of all, the police officers have to deal with those who are driving in the third lane, and then uh, the main road boulevard, single uh, highway or wherever, it's just not built to take the amount of cars that are on that streets, on the streets of boulevard and the adjacent streets. So yeah.
So you're right, but what I'm saying to you is that what they're getting, the internet actually is tripping.
Hmm.
It's not power, it's the internet. So now they are transferring to the backup internet. So let's see what happens once they come forth. We're going to bring in Minister Salif Tyler. But let me play this from DeLon. This will be some of our side conversation, and I want folks to listen to it. This is from OK FM interview today. So shout out to OK FM.
Yeah. All persons under the code of conduct who are in government holding political party position must resign. They must resign. The code of conduct in part 5. Part 5. Maybe you need to come back. Yeah. The code of conduct says once you are appointed by the president, you are not supposed to be in political party management. If you are a chairman, you co-chair, you secretary, you treasurer, you chaplain of a political party, that's political party management. If we're going after people for violating the code, on one count, we cannot be violating the code on another count. Okay. I'm demanding, this is a general code. The next time I come here or anywhere and I have to do this, I will call name of those who must do so. They know themselves already.
I thank you for joining us, Fadiga. I know we're having DeLon here on Sunday, 101, with the CEO, and Katema will be in too. But I'm surprised that DeLon saying this. Dr. Richardson, DeLon is a sitting senator. He confirmed those people, right? He confirmed them. How can you confirm them, allow them to go through, and now you're saying you're angry that they are still within the party government? I'm kind of confused here. With the code of conduct, you should have asked them to resign prior to them taking office, prior to you confirming them. It's something not adding up, though, and I can't wait to ask DeLon. So talk to me real quick. Fadika will bring in Minister Tyler for us to have this great conversation. But I'm confused as to why DeLon is bringing this up now when you had the power. They were right under your nose. You allowed them. You gave them your blessing. You allowed them to go through. Why now?
Stanton, you got to raise an excellent point. I don't even think I have any comeback I can, any rebuttal for your point. He was there. He was part of the confirmation process, and he did not ask them, whether they were part of a party. I'm giving a common example of my own panelist that used to be here, Mo Ali. Mo Ali was part of the Unity Party, right? Was he Secretary General for the Unity Party? Yeah. So, and let's go and Twe. Let's use Twe, Amos Twe. Let's use he reminds me of Luther. Those are all names. I'm calling names. Okay, I don't know Luther's last name personally.
I say people say, but some of them will say confirmed Stanton. The board chair for NPA, no confirmation. It must wear no confirmation. But you say got people there that you confirmed are working for the party, political advisor and all the things. My question is, I think why Senator DeLon is coming on. I want to get him now. Like why are you raising this issue now? Go ahead, Doctor.
You know what they're going to tell us? Dylan and many others will say, and this is what I know they're going to be thinking about. They will say, "Oh, I'm just one among 30 senators." So even if I was going to reject that person for not for political management issues, okay, then I was just going to be that one person. However, did you raise the question? Is what I think I side with you. Okay.
And listen, we got a lot of stuff coming up, folks. Whenever you come on Spawn, I always tell you to bring your camera, take pictures. We got document that will be revealing to you. We're going to spend 1 hour with Salif Tyler, the Minister of Transport. We're going to bring in document that you will see. The most recent document is the $7 billion that was printed, and it was given an authorization by President Joseph Yema Bouaka because of the past legislative approval. The money was printed. Sylvester Grisby wrote Aloysius Stado, the bank governor, and say, print $7 billion. We have previous authorization from the lawmakers, and the presidency printed. We got information also. Amen. The internet gave me the beginning of hard time.
Amen.
We have internet also to tell you that today, women pay. The Minister of Lands Mines, he wrote the Justice Minister. To clarify something, I want to bring that to you. We got so many information that we want to share with you. We'll show the picture. We'll give you everything. You take it. We'll put it up. Invite your brothers and sisters. While the internet in studio is giving some issue and Nelson and the team trying to work on it, let me bring in my dear brother today. He called me. Okay? He called me.
I know nothing good. That doing Leslie does stand on.
Young lady was standing there with him. Should I show the picture, Fadiga? Yes or no?
No picture.
So what I'm saying is true, right?
I don't tell you.
That's true, boss man.
What I'm saying is true, right?
It's true.
Okay.
You get
Y'all saying I'm true.
Echo this. What happened when you're talking? Yeah, Google.
No, I missed it on call. No, but the message, I want you to tell me that I lie.
That's true.
I said, I'm gonna put it in the chat room.
Don't put it nowhere. No picture. Don't put it
No,
nowhere.
I'll put it in the chat room. You think that only you can take picture on Yeke? You think that you can take picture on Yeke? I'll put it in the chat room. I just did. Y'all go in the chat room and see it. Anything that only you can take picture on Yeke? I'll put it in the chat room.
How's it coming for me on front page?
I'll put it in the chat room. I mean, anybody put it for the chat room out of business when it's there.
I mean, it wasn't me. I'm not on that picture.
Woo! Oh, you're back now? You're good?
Yeah, we're good.
Are you sure? Okay, go real quick now, Fadiga, real quick. We gotta bring in Minister Tyler.
Well, I see my tailor here. Every time they make it see my man, every time boss me, I can be on your show. I be saying hello. What a man. Oh, my man, I just saw the man. Let me send here a shot. They can sew some Google share for me. Kalami sew. Jaro can sew Google clothes.
Okay.
That's Dylan stuff. Dylan, I disagree with you actually. Dylan did the right thing. I think I mentioned it here. The other day. I said that while we fought against, we cannot be the one that violating it. And as several individuals ain't happy. I think when we had our show.
I want you to be quick because the minister is in the back. I really got to bring the minister on, but you say he did it right thing. How so?
No, I mean, at least he's speaking against. It has nothing to do with the confirmation. Normally, after confirmation, going through the process, the last phase of actually holding your position is when the president give you your certification. But these guys should have done the right thing by resigning, from their various position in the political institution. I think that would make room for more people to take position and run the daily affairs of the party while they do the government job and be in compliance with the code of conduct. I think Dillon is sending a message. We did it here too. With it just in the Nima County race.
All right, I know we're going to talk about this because we got only 1 minute to spend with our friend and brother. Let's bring him on. Let's bring on the rest of the guys that are coming. I want to say welcome to the show, Minister Mamede Megboyegi. All right, I'm gonna Nelson, come back on. Don't leave me hanging. Let's welcome the Honorable Salif Raf Tyler. Good to see you, Minister. Good to see you, man.
Good to see you, Stanton. Elated to be here. No, my mic is muted.
You're good. You're super.
We've been talking a lot about my appearance, and we couldn't do it at the time that we chose to do because of the many engagements, and I get inundated with work and few travels for work. And when you're jumping from plane to plane, you get tired. But I made it my duty today, even though I'm exhausted. But I say, I used to be stand on in Mawo, so let me come on his show. so, so the Mawo they can have it.
They can have it. Yeah, that's seriously, my man. That's my man from way down the line. But
yeah, coming to at
yeah,
least
but
talk about the country transport ministry, where we've done so far, where we met it, and what we're doing, at what have we done, and what we intend to do. So there's a lot going on. The transport ministry, there's no economy without a vibrant transport system, and there's no tourism without transport. So we, decide to talk to you and talk to the country and see where that intellectual conversation and professional conversations can happen, and our people can, bring in their suggestions. We open to ideas. We don't come with no attitude. My leadership style comes with the utmost humility, and so we're here to have a decent conversation.
thank you very much for joining us tonight. The rest of the guys going to jump in. It will be crazy. Sam Jackson, Isaac Doe, Glenn Jr., Dr. Richardson, Paul Kennedy, Isaac Va, Mombay, Prince Maxwell, Fadika is here, Ed Remy Grade, everybody coming on, Fatima. We really want to know about the transport ministry, sir. I'm going to put aside our friendship. I'm going to put aside our relationship and talk Liberia because it is important. That's who I am. And so after this, you can beat me for asking you some hard question. But we like I did your brother, and you went crazy on me. But how your brother?
Well, I had lunch with the senator today. I think Alex is doing okay. He's a family man. He's focusing on his family and the work in Bumi.
Okay.
And he's focusing on the representation of the country at the ECOWAS Parliament, and also the Senate. The Senate have a lot of work to do. They just passed the budget. They'll be doing a lot of work. So let's give him some time to do his work. But this show is not about Alex Tyler. It's about me having a conversation.
Yeah, I just got down for to ask for your family and his family. But you think it was a wise? You are from Bombing.
See, I can see that I'm seeing there in there. She has a nice taste for fashion. I can see the earring there. I just want to know the price.
She can't tell you the price. I already asked already. She said she's telling us. But let me ask you a question though. You think it was a wise decision for Alex Starter and Edwin Snow to be on the ECOWAS Parliament at the same time?
Well,
I mean, you from Birmingham. It's not about your relationship to your brother.
So when Alex Tyler is my brother, and I will 100% support his actions. So if I unequivocally say it was a good decision or bad decision, I will be biased. So I think I will let politics stay with politics, and I think I will let ECOWAS stay with ECOWAS, and I stick to the issue of just talking.
As a son from Bombing, what do you think? Are you fully represented?
I think so. Senator Snow is a seasoned senator, being a former speaker, and Alex Tyler is a seasoned senator, being a former speaker. And I think the ECOWAS Parliament is a part-time job. They're not there all the time, so you can still do that and still have your representation in the county and the country. And I still think you can do your oversight, lawmaking, and representation effectively. Other than that, that would not have happened throughout the time ECOWAS Parliament was set up. Mind you, though, that there's other countries in that parliament as well, and things have been going, fine.
Thank you. We're into the conversation now. Let me ask you about Bombing. Let me ask you about Western Cluster, because it's part of transport. I told you that I will come from a place you least expect.
Sorry, I'm battling a little cold from being jet lagged.
Yeah, you was in Guinea. We'll talk about that. But you just got back. Western Cluster, 1 minute they said the president closed down Western Cluster, another minute it was a recommendation. 2 days ago, we saw the document from Public Work that they would be not renewing or suspending the permits. What are you hearing of this Western cluster and the role? You are the transport minister. That they are
Well,
breaking every code. They are traveling past 7 p.m. They are early on the road and late to leave. What can you tell the people of Birmingham and Liberia today? Your position as transport minister.
first I'd like to say hello to Bomi County. Hello to all the more than 700 towns and villages, the 22 Gola clans, the Peles, the Vais, and the rest of the folks there. I'm from the both end of the county. My mother from the upper side, my father from the lower side. So I'm true Bomi. But transport matters. I like to stick my conversation with transport matters. For the transport side, we will be leading a concession team there, a team to do concession inspections with Western Cluster, Bay Mountains, and the rest of the concessionaire there. Because in terms of compliance, on the land transport side, there should be compliance, and we're going to enforce all compliance. The other thing I like to talk about, we have the transport ministry is clothed with to enforce the axle load law in the country. And Western Cluster has been on the road and has been causing a lot of destruction to the road, as evident in what the president said. So in the soon future, we'll be putting some way bridges around where we can, check those trucks to see whether they have the appropriate weight for the road. And in the soon future, we'll be doing that. I think the best section to do that will be the clay corridor, where it used to be there before the war. So it's easy to set that up. So I agree with you, the road is not good. We've just taken over as a new government, and we put in everything in place to make sure that Western Cluster stay off the bad thing they're doing on the road in terms of the destruction of it. And also there's environmental issues too, but tonight I'm sticking with the transport side.
And I really appreciate. Let's stick with the transport side. We're going to talk to Dr. Yapaglo when the time comes as we talk about the environmental issue. But have you spoken to the leadership of Western Cluster?
We've through my deputy minister for land transport, we wrote all concessionaires in the country to tell them that they need to be compliant in terms of transport matters. And we've had that engagement with Western Cluster and Bay Mountain, MNG goes, and all concessionaires in the country. So it's not only limited to Western Cluster alone; it is nationwide to all of them. See, government has several sectors, and everybody is responsible for that piece of the puzzle. I cannot be diving into other people's puzzle. That would be an encroachment of what they are enclosed to do by their ministerial or their leadership they have in a respective area. So I want to keep this on the transport side. So yes, on the transport side, we've engaged Western clusters.
What do you know about the railway? There was building train track and whatsoever. Talk to us about it. I know you just came into power, but you're hearing something if you have spoken to them.
I don't
And
want
I'm
to
not going to say you just came into power. You were just the most recent former deputy minister of transport, so you are informed why they have not built the railway, sir.
So there was an MDA. We all know there was a mineral disclosure agreement that wasn't followed, and there was an MOU signed while we had a legal document. But the past is the past, and I think our government is responsible. It's responsible enough to correct that. You cannot have a law and you you abrogate the law and come up with an MOU. It's something that we're working on. It's something that the government has put a lot of attention on it. You see, the president has spoken on this issue because he goes there constantly and he sees the road. It's not a hidden thing. It's an open thing that the road is bad.
Yeah, the president from your county, that's where he spent most of his vacation in your county. My last question before bringing Dr. Richardson and Hussein. I see the rest of the guys joining and we'll be bringing them up shortly. You serve as the most recent deputy minister for transport. You think it was a failure under the past leadership that you guys didn't push harder, or you guys met resistance?
Well, I don't want to. I don't want to do any breaking news here, but I think I will leave the past with the past and let the past litigate the past. I was deputy minister for administration and insurance at the Ministry of Transport, and I had a boss. and he dealt with those issues. I'm not going to talk about the way he ran the place and the way he did things, but I can only talk about what I met and what I'm trying to fix and what I intend to do. Um, when the government came in 2017, by 2018, all of my functions were taken away from me. So I just watched the show. But that's an issue that we can talk about in another conversation. I think I shared that memo to you with you. When any that question come up, we can put that memo out for the rest of the world to see it. I mean, that was the way the We Are government ran. I mean, the leaders were it was not a teamwork environment. It wasn't collective. It was just the way it was. I mean, you had a pharaoh, and everybody should bow to this pharaoh. But let's leave the past in the past and let's focus more on the future. Now you see that the president put together a team of professionals. We're not having those issues. You see things are run appropriately. You see deputies and assistant ministers and all of them allowed to function. That is why you see the country is moving in a trajectory that never before. And we're trying to correct all of the past. So let's not beat the past too much. Let's focus on the future, please.
Thank you very much, Minister. Now we're going to start the show from whichever way you want to come in, guys. Please ask your question. We are not restricted. We're going to ask the question in the best interest of the country, and we hope the minister can answer. Dr. Francine Chinua Richardson, Hussein, I see Dr. Boblet. I don't know whether he's ready. Let me see if I can bring him on. All right, Dr. Richardson, take it away, man.
Mr. Minister Tyler, thank you for coming to Spoon. It's great to have you here. I wanted to ask you, nepotism to me is very high in our country. It's the practice where a member, you laugh, and I guess you know you know where I'm going with this, right? Uh, it's a practice where, because my relative is in the government, I'll bring, my brother, my cousin, my sister also to be in the government. And I'm sure that's not a practice of yours. I'm sure you probably frown on that practice. But can you convince me or the Liberian people that you are ready for this position and you have the qualification for this position? Because I want to separate yourself from those people who are likely to practice nepotism in the country. Because obviously you know that's not good for our country.
Um, Dr. Richardson, let me just tell you about my short time in Liberia. I think it's short. I've been in the country 8 years. I was away in the United States for many years. I've never hired a family member. I used to work at the Labrador Telecommunication Authority, Labrador Telecommunication Company, right, Leptelco. I used to be the deputy managing director and chief financial officer. Never hired a family member. I went on to the MTN, Lone Star Cell MTN. I became the head of mobile financial services. Never hired a family member. I went to the Ministry of Transport as deputy minister. Never hired a family member. Now I'm at the Ministry of Transport. Never hired a family member. So if you ask for the real Leaf Tyler, many folks will tell you that I'm extremely professional, and I want my people to work with the absolute professionalism in their DNA. I have an acronym that guides me, and I call it the PAV model. It's professionalism, accountability, values, and ethics, and that's what has um, catapulted me to this leadership role as quickly as a young age at 46. But in terms of education, I have a dual master's degree. Um,
In what, sir? Transportation related? Or, I'm sorry.
so I started off my career in auditing, and I went to State Street Corp, and I went to Bell Helicopter. That's where I started this transport matter. I used to work with Bell in Texas. I don't know what Bell. It was a company. Is a company owned by the Textron Network. What Bell does is that they build helicopters for the U.S. government, the V-22 Osprey, the OH-58Ds, and those type of military helicopters, and also commercial side. That's why I got into this transport matter, but it was more of the vertical lift side on the aviation side.
Mhm.
I've attended all the air shows there is: the Farnborough Air Show, the Dubai Air Show, the Paris Air Show, the Las Vegas Air Show. When I came to Liberia, I worked at, then I went to the transport ministry, 6 years as deputy minister. So I believe I have all of the qualification necessary and I've been performing my job effectively, efficiently. And I think we can have those conversations. You can probe me on what I have done, what I intend to do when we have a national plan, because we can't talk about long-term plan, except we have a national development plan, because we should all feed off on the national development plan. So I think that answers your question.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much. With the exception of the air shows, that's okay. I would next I would add the air shows. Okay, but that's okay. You know, my second question to you is: what is one of the biggest accomplishment that you have done as deputy minister and as minister now? Like now, you would have been minister for 3 months, and you're deputy minister. You say for I don't know what like I don't know how long, but you say you've been in the country for 8 years. So what have
Well,
been your accomplishments that I can look at and say, yes, we have a minister coming into play right now.
well, I think people saw my honesty. People saw what I stood for.
Mhm,
People saw how professional I was and the way I was and the way I wanted things.
mhm,
We have a society that people don't even go to work.
mhm,
And I don't stand for those things. You must go to work. If you're not at work, you can't achieve things. People saw what I believed in and the kind of leadership I had when I was at Telecom, the way we put in controls, the way we change things, the way we raise revenue. Um, but let's talk about let me talk, because you see, as a deputy minister, you can come with all these ideas,
Okay.
right?
Mhm,
But when your ideas are not bought by the top, it doesn't happen for you. And that can be said across the country. But let me tell you, since
okay.
I became transport minister, what we've done.
Mhm,
Okay, and we can, so at the transport ministry, we had 2 fires in 6 years. So I'm talking about the entire lower flow gutted, the minister office being gutted before, and it was just patched up.
well, sorry to hear
Um, you talk about demotivation of staffs. You talk about inspectors getting around $5,000-6,000 Liberian dollars as per diem to do inspections that will last 30 days. Um, and you talk about no email system, no intranet system. I mean, even bathrooms are not clean. Even
that.
you walking in tires, it's like you're walking on the ocean. You spreading your legs and the tires are shaking under it. There's absolutely no ping. The window glasses are bad, and that's why we inherited. That can be said across the government network. That's why we came into. So, but let me tell you what the transport ministry is. So in 1987, President Doe split up the Ministry of Commerce, Industry, and Transportation, and transport became a ministry by itself of the 1987 Act, and we have it today. The ministry is in charge of uh, regulating in charge of all modes of transportation: land, air, sea, intermodal, multimodal forms of transportation. Um, so in transport, there exists something they call the geography of transportation, what we call the means, the move, the infrastructure, the network, and the flow. And we are responsible for all of that. Also, we are in charge of the Third Party Insurance Liability Act of 1972. So these are the things we have, and we have our oversight over um, entity or autonomous agency that falls in the transport network. So that is the transport ministry for you.
Thank
Um,
you. Thank you so much, Mr. Tyler. I'll pass down to Mr. Fadika. I think he was next, but thank you so much for answering my question.
Thank you.
Welcome to the show, sir. I will begin by, sir, have you declared your assets?
I have.
Thank you so much. You're one of the
I
few
did my
ministers.
drug test too.
That's good. I know you tried to say let the past lead the past, but you threw a little jab about the emperor. Everybody's had to say, "Oh, hail the emperor." Sir, I'm interested in that emperor story because I want to make sure that we do not have a repeat of the naked emperor that everybody would be praising. Why didn't you resign?
I live in a country where We have to buy CCTV for security. Um, so to resign will have caused a lot of problems. I have rooted my family from the States. They were here with me, and it would have taken a lot of time to relocate folks back. And there was short time to elections. I knew the side I was going to take, and I knew I was going to fight for the country. And I was never going to fight for anyone beside Liberia, and I did that. If I had to do it all over again, I would do the exact same thing. I'll fight for Liberia and nobody else.
Well, so if I understood you, they sidelined you, they made your position dormant, but you got paid for the last I don't know how many months, and you just sat there and waited. Is that what we are hearing? So maybe you can give us some of our money back.
Okay, so the core function of Samuel Jackson is here. He was a deputy before, so you understand this thing. The core function of an administration person that is to run the day-to-day activities of it. And when HR is gone, finance is gone, procurement is gone, meteorology is gone, all you just sit there and watch the show, and you do as much as you can under those circumstances and trying to make it work. And not only that, hope that things will be better through dialogues and through conversations and through all of that. And so those dialogues were taking place, those conversations were taking place. But I mean, it was just the way it was. There was no way to change it. It was just the way it was.
Well, I wanted to squeeze in one in my colleague can allow me. It's just because my question was just short. I know you but I want to go there. There's this emperor. I mean, I want you to put face to this emperor, please, sir.
I'm dressing the devil. Yeah, leave me.
I will leave it. You're my brother friend, so I will leave it. That's your problem.
Thank you for the big Royal, though.
No problem. Thank you.
Good evening.
Your question, sir.
Good evening to my esteemed panelists. And
Dr. Boom, thank you. You gotta be muted. We hearing you.
Garba Minister, welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. To all of our viewing and listening audiences, thank you for sticking with Spoon. Mr. Minister, you made the observation that you were the deputy for 6 years. And you said, well, as a deputy, you can have all these great ideas, but you're a deputy, and the people don't buy into it. So, and I appreciate what you're saying, except that I reject that, because we keep hearing that now. We heard that at JFK, where I was the deputy administrator, so I couldn't do anything. So now I'm the administrator. Even our president now, we heard that way back in the day. Well, the car park in the garage, I was deputy. If that's the case, then maybe we don't need deputies. We're wasting taxpayers' money for deputy. So now you're the minister. Congratulations. I want to ask you though, what are your goals, your plan for the Ministry of Transport for the next 12 months? Just 12 months. Please tell the Liberian people.
So we work on the 100 days. Well, what happens when a government comes? There is a national development plan, and all of the ministry has to tie their goals and objectives to that plan to make it fit. So we're working on the plan, the national development plan. I'm feeding off of that. But specifically, we have our revenue intake that we focus on. We have the axle load implementation. We have road safety matters. For the past, the transport ministry hasn't been into data collection, and we think we need to be a library of transport matters. So we're working on that effectively.
Can you be a little more specific, Mr. Minister?
When I say data collection, let's say, let me give you
the goals. Can you be a little more specific?
So we're still working out the development plan. I'll just give you highlights. So all need to feed into that. But on data collection specifically, if I tell you the traffic count, what is the traffic count on the Somalia Drive? Going northbound or southbound, what is the traffic count? These information are needed. How many, before you do a road, what's the road safety marks that go into there? So all of those things is needed. And not only that, we see we can have university students that want to come and do research, and we don't even have a fitting library. So all of those things is working, but all will feed into the national development plans that we have. We cannot go and preempt what is in the plan, but we working with the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning in that piece. So when the plan comes out, it fits into our plan, and we will come up with that. But one thing we do at the Ministry of Transport, we have the National Transport Master Plan that is I just expired. We're working on that. We have all the pillars. We tweaking it, but we wanted to feed into that national plan of the country.
All right, thank you, sir. So the Ministry of Transport issues license plate, and our license plate is probably the priciest in all of Africa. It is stated at $200 for one, and then when you pay the $200, most time you pay $25 for processing, and then when you do all that, you still don't get the license plate. And so many cars fly the street without license plate. It's bad for the economy because it costs our economy to look very risky. And when investors get a sense of riskiness, then they increase prices. So what will you do to just make sure that plates are on cars and don't run the street without plate like they do in Ghana, like they do in Sierra Leone? What, Mr. Minister, are you going to do to make sure that when the car leaves wherever you buy it from, it has a license plate? It's not that complicated. What are you going to do?
So, there's too many questions in questions, and so I have to take it bit by pieces. Just hear me out. In terms of vehicles leaving, there is a regulation on the book that no vehicle is supposed to leave a car dealership unless it's registered. In the soon distant future, we'll be assigning inspectors to all the used car lot and new car lots in the country. By the way, we gave them a certification that is known as the eligibility certifications. So if they don't meet those things, we take those certifications for them, and they will not operate. Also at the port, if you bring your private vehicle in the country, it will be registered and insured before leaving. So all of those are in the work. But bottom line, let me tell you about this enforcement. You see, enforcement has two parts. Civil society or citizens of the country should do the civilized thing, the most thing, to register that vehicle on time. We just supposed to help in the process. You talk about you talk about a vehicle being $200 a piece to register it. So we have different categories. Registration starts from $25 as far as $500. So your number is a little bit fuzzy.
No, I'm just talking about private cars. Yeah.
But let me walk you through it now. For motorbikes, the registration is $25. For tricycle, is $50. And then there's another kind of vehicle we call the A1 series. It's at $75. And private vehicles, A1 is $100. And there's A2, there's A3, there's A4. We have commercial. So it goes up. And the FOV equipment, which are the trucks, are registered for $500. About you paying a fee to have your vehicle registered. We've been all over the radio. My team has been all over the radio. You do not need to give anybody anything to register your vehicle. We all know anywhere in the world, the motor vehicle process is a painstaking process. People don't want to go through those processes. So they find these guys and give them money, and they go there and do those processes for them. What we tell you to do is to insure your vehicle and then come to the Ministry of Transport and have it registered. We cannot control what you do in your community. We cannot control what you do on the street. We can only control what, in terms of registration, what we do at the Ministry of Transport. About that, we're in the process of our inspections, and I will give you breaking news here. We have raised around $1.874 million so far in 2.5 weeks, primarily due to the enforcement of insurance.
And you talking about US dollars? Sorry to interrupt. US
dollars. We have raised $1.874 million just in April alone. The right amount is $1,874,547 in 2.5 weeks for our stringent enforcement processes that we have. So if you say there's vehicles on the road without plates, we're working on that. Our teams are everywhere. As a matter of fact, people know me in the country to have this kind of joke. When even if my friends call me and say, "My man, they got my car, I would say give the phone to the inspector, and then I would tell that inspector, do your job. That's how I operate.
But Mr. Minister, why can't we get the plate when we pay for it? Like other places, you go, you pay for a plate, they give it to you. Why you gotta pay for the plate, then drive around with paper in your car and be stopped constantly? So why can't we just get the plate when we pay for it? Why is that so difficult?
Mr. Brobley, I don't think that's the case. If you have a specific case, then you need to raise it to us. Well, we know we have a 24-hour to 48-hour policy that you have here. You have all your documents. Again, you are not entering the ministry. You are going to people on the side street and giving them money and say, go register your vehicle.
Who doing that? I never do that.
No, specifically, I'm not mentioning
Yeah.
you. You asked a question, so I was.
Yeah, but I'm telling you,
I was
I pay for all my
But
plates.
Mr. Bopla, let he answer. Mr. Bopla, let he answer. You will still have your time, please.
So
Go ahead, Mr. Minister.
I cannot control what happened outside. We have a dozen of these cases. The pastor of my church came and said, well, he gave his money to somebody to register his car and the person did not do it. It's an employee. He gave me the name. Check through my HR. That person doesn't exist there. Tell the police to go check them. And if somebody standing on the street, this is what you do in your community. I can't control that. If any of my staff is involved, I'll discipline them. And at my confirmation hearing, when that question was asked to me, I was unequivocally clear. The people at the Ministry of Transport know me and I know them. So for your case, we have a 24 hours to 48-hour process in terms of the plating. Sometimes, and we have to be honest, sometimes we have internet issues, but that's everywhere. And sometimes the issue doesn't emanate from us. We run a three-level kind of system or three interconnected system. The Transport Ministry has a systems that connect with LRA, and LRA system connects with the banks. Because at the Transport Ministry, you go to the bank to pay your money. So let's say you do a transaction. The transaction goes to LRA, they recognize the revenue, they send it to the bank, you go and pay, and it talks through APIs, Access Protocol Interface. It goes back to us, and we see the transaction, and we do issue the instruments. So that is the way the system works. One thing we try to correct when I was at MICA the last time, I announced to the word and the word with the approval of my boss that we will be changing all the non-revenue plates in the country, because every car you see with guest plate and they're not guest. You see every car with legislative plate, they're not legislature. It's a difficult situation to collect even plates from past legislature who did not win. So in the soonest distant future, I will be decommissioning all the non-revenue plates and putting new one into circulation. Now we're restricting the legislative plate. You will see there that will say, the plate will say the 55th legislature. It won't be open again. So when because we have issues where people in the past would just use them, and I don't want 2 or 3 plates of the same REP 10 on the streets. That's a national security problem. It's an inspection problem. And
Thank
so
you.
it's an economic problem as well in terms of revenue generation.
Thank you.
Minister, my last question. Movement is
If
important.
you're asking 2 questions already, man.
No, I asked one. Hello, Uncle Sam. Good to see you.
Viva Sam, hello.
Professorial.
So here's my second question, Minister. So movement is important, right?
Yeah.
Socioeconomic development. And we constantly have traffic jam all over Monrovia and its environs. Are you considering alternative transportation like a ferry or water taxi? We have plenty of waterways. There was small talk about that during the WE administration, but nothing materialized. You were at the ministry then. So is there any plan that we could have water taxi or ferries to ease the pressure on traveling from place to place? Because you can go all the way, Peace Community, all that area there, down to Claretown, the water there. You can stop and go, and we'll take many cars off the road, and we can get to places quicker.
All right. So there was a feasibility done by the African Development Bank about allowing waterways transportation. That feasibility has been done. We're reaching out to investors and everybody to get involved. At the Ministry of Transport, there's a division for rail and waterway, and they've been working on that. So we open to those investments. It's not only putting the craft on the water, but it's actually having the stops where they would dock and where people will go buy tickets and stuff. So we open to those ideas. About you mentioned other alternative. There is a small firm in Labrador that will be doing electric cars soon. They took it to the president. They brought it to me. I drove in it right in their yard. It's an electric vehicle that you can charge, and it will be around Montreal a short distance. It got some safety features. It got backup camera. It'll have internet in it. So all of those things are in the works. Specifically, also, and I think one point that was missed, I just want to be more clear, is the maritime transportation. If you look at from Morovia to to Happer, we need transportation along that road, and we're working on those to make sure that happen. There have been few interests, and we're exploring those interests. We're exploring those possibilities. You talk about traffic jam. The city is small. Our roads were built. Our roads were built not knowing that in the future the population would grow. 1980 Labrador population was around 1.75 million, and now we have 5 plus. If we had the futuristic thinking that we should expand our road, these things would have happened. But anyways, in inspections, let me go to inspections. You see, when we're inspecting, there's traffic, excuse me, all over the place. We are thinking about innovation. We want to have innovative camera systems around where we can detect vehicles before they come to inspections points, and that's what we're working on. But I will say this to you: we just been at work for the last 8 and 9 weeks. You know, our our appointment process, or the process to get to be a minister. I think Mr. Jackson will know that. We have you get nominated, you get confirmed, you get appointed, and you get commissioned. And all of those take time, before you really start your work. But the plans are in place, things are in the work, and we are moving so fast. Our government, we cannot go and talking about things when they haven't materialized yet. But I can assure the Liberian people that from now to December, they will be singing a different story. Let me give you an example. The NTA. I mean, the NTA was literally burned. They started with 45 buses, and now we only have 5. The government provided a little bit over $300,000 to see whether we could at least, bring service 15 and bring them back on the road. So that's what we met. We're trying to take it step by step and move like a bullet train to try to correct those things because our people need those services. One thing I say, the president cabinet, when I go to cabinet, one thing I don't see, and there's educated people, there's experienced people, there's great Liberians, patriots. But one thing I see in there that is a poignant thing for me is the eagerness to do. I see everybody there is anxious and is eager to get things going and get things done. We believe that, for me, enough is just enough. I went to Guinea.
Thank you. Allow us, Minister. Allow us to ask some questions. We'll get to you. We're trying to limit the time frame on the answer because we are getting many other folks coming on that we can have our questions asked accordingly, please. So sorry to interrupt you, but let's move over to Senator Jackson, Uncle Jackson, for Kennedy. We got a lot to discuss. I hope you got enough water, though. I hope so, sir.
Yes. I'm okay.
Yeah, thank you. We have water at the studio, I believe. We'll share with you. Uncle Sam?
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Minister. I don't think I had the privilege or honor to ever meet you face to face. Maybe we've bracketed before, but I don't know that.
You really forget.
Yeah, because I'm getting old. I'm allowed to. Yes.
And now you get a fine woman.
Hey, Lord. That all bought down to follow business.
Yeah, still that with me. You not eat and all. Then you say anything. Stephanie,
I don't. Okay, but listen. Older people don't remember, but younger people do remember. But I do appreciate you. As a matter of fact, my wife is not just a beautiful woman, but she's a constitutional and commercial lawyer from South Africa. But thank you very much.
The man got Tizo.
Yeah. So look, I'm very disappointed with you all from Bumi. You say your mom from, I think, Upper Bumi, your papa from Lower Bumi.
Okay.
And you are a proud son of Bumi.
Yes, sir.
How do you allow, this disgraceful exploitation of your county by an Indian company, a multi-billion dollar Indian company, bringing in shovels and tipsters and taking out a non-renewable resource like iron ore, no beneficiation. They're breaking the actual laws of Liberia. They don't have a fitting clinic in the county. There are no linkages, real linkages to businesses in Bombay. They don't no skills training and development. The purpose, as you know, for foreign direct investment is not just for somebody to make money, but it's to transfer skills and to prepare, so you can reinvest money into other parts of the economy. How do you? Your brother was part of that. No force here. He was Speaker of the House when the El Feta El Nito deal was signed. Your brother, and you've been deputy minister and you're now minister. Why can't you just stop these Indians from exploiting our country to let the world know that indeed this is a new deal in Liberia? They're breaking the actual laws.
Let's
You
take it one.
finish?
Let's take it one at a time. Now.
No, but I'm gonna make a speech and ask my question. They're breaking the laws, the actual laws. The environmental and negative social consequences. That they're not contributing to the economy, and you allow them. Why? Whose financial interest or economic interest is being protected in Western Cluster?
That's a great question. Western Cluster is a whole case study. Anyhow, let me tell you my or the comment I want to make. First, I want to show the people of bombing. Bombing first, and bombing will be everything. To me, I've just got in the country the last 8 years. I was a deputy minister, now I'm a minister. I instructed, not even my deputy minister, I went as far as the director of inspections. I will be leading a team. Okay, myself will be on the field. You will see it live everywhere. We will be inspecting the entire Western Cluster Fleet Day Mountains, and will be on the road. That is what we intend to do. It can be breaking news, but that is what we intend to do. They went out there and they selected spots for us to be. We'll be right across the Pole Road Bridge. We'll be at Demon. We'll be at Clay. We'll be everywhere. Also, Mr. Jackson, your big brother, I would like to have this conversation with Sir Leif Tyler and not Alex Tyler. Sir Leif Tyler is the minister. Alex Tyler is the lawmaker. I don't know it was against the man. I don't think it was against him. I think your questions about Elenito should be directed to them. But what I would say to you, as transport minister, I will enforce the Axolo law to the letter. My brother Gregor Coleman, the Inspector General of Police, the other day gave about 200 tickets to trucks along the road. There are a lot of convolutions. There are a lot of shady innuendos, I believe, in that whole Western Cluster deal. I can only tackle it from the transport side. Okay, and that's exactly what I intend to do. All those trucks along that road, there's so many ownerships. I will let you think about that. All the trucks along that road, that company is paying around $150 to $250 a day for those trucks to pull the iron ore. So all of those protections are in place. But I can only deal with it from my side. Because if I'm somebody, I have 30 trucks. I'm trying to make money. I sign a contract with Western Cluster. They use my iron ore. They use the trucks rather to pull the iron ore. If I have power, I protect it. But the way I can do that is to enforce the axle law in terms of weighing every truck that come out of there, and also to make sure all those trucks are registered and insured. And that's what I intend to do from my side. Okay. When I said to you, my parents are from the upper and lower end of Bomi. My mother is from a small village called Mona. Her parents left from Juejua before going to Mona Town. My father is from Gona Town, but he came from a place called Lyrica where all the Tylers are. I have in my DNA bombing, and I will do everything for my county. Many of us, at some point, I was more in the shadow. When I'm in the shadow, I'll do many things, but I don't like to show it. But this is a different ball game now. Bombing first, and always bombing first. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So my second question is, you talk about a National Transport Master Plan. I read that it's a fairly well-written document with some key things, and they says that the emphasis in Liberia would be on, I think, road transport and maybe intermodal. But I mean, I read it a long time ago. So my question to you is, what are some of the things that you would like to see in the National Transport Master Plan that will, solve the issue of the constraints to economic growth in Liberia, which is the constraint analysis of 2013, MCC said roads and electricity. So, what are some of the plans in terms of a public-private partnership or some innovation and creativity? Because Liberia doesn't have money to build its own roads out of revenues. I mean, it's just not possible. Okay, so what are some of the creative things that you plan to do to improve road infrastructure in the country and also intermodal transportation?
Sir, now you want me to go into public works answer. Okay. The master plan is usually between two ministries.
No, but it is a multi-agency. It is a multi-agency piece of work.
Let me respond, please. So, transport is responsible for what is on the road. Public works is responsible for building the roads. We can help in the process of building the road with road safety and axle load enforcement in terms of the way bridges, the way stations and stuff. But my personal view is that if a company is awarded contract to build a road, everything else should be owned by, every subcontract should be run by Liberians, and as a way to share the economic kickdown. For instance, if I'm building, if a big company comes to build a road, let's say from Tapeta to Buchanan, at least along that, who's supposed to haul the rocks, the trucks that should be hired, the concrete that's supposed to be bought and transported, all of that should be done locally. And that's why I believe the public work minister, who's a good friend of mine, is intending to do. So from that perspective, again, I'm responsible for what is on the road, not building the road. But building the road, I'm responsible for the safety and the way stations on the road.
Yeah.
So we work collaboratively to make sure that happens. I've talked to Standard to get Mr. Giddings in here. By the way, he's been doing a fabulous job.
But let me just say something as a follow up. The Ministry of Transport, and I haven't looked at the mandate, but and you are aware about economic and social rates of return. I don't think the Public Works Ministry has the ability to do the shadow pricing and all of the other calculations. You were talking about traffic on the road, the measurement of that. Those are all economic impact. So, I mean, what is the role of your ministry in ensuring that when you're building any kind of a transport network, whether it's railroad or whether it's road network or sea, that there will be an adequate economic and social rate of return? How do you see your role in that?
Well, so transport ministry is responsible for the fares. You talk about pricing.
No. I don't mean pricing in terms of the cost to consumer. I'm talking about the economic and social rates of return, the economic impact of the road, the social impact of the road.
Isn't pricing microeconomics,
Yeah, but I was not speaking micro. I'm talking about micro. That's what I was talking about.
From the micro, I will morph into macro if you just allow me to explain
Okay.
myself. Because even if you're calculating GDP, the aggregate demand approach, you need a micro side before you get to the macro side. Anyhow, that's a topic for another day.
Yeah, but I don't think the transport ministry will be doing micro.
Analysis. Anyways, so we're responsible for the pricing, in terms of the fares. So in that process, we look at the price of gasoline, we look at the price of spare parts, and the price of the price of repairing a vehicle, and we come up with fares to make transport fares equitable. When I mean equitable, there's a kernel in transportation called equitability. The fares should be affordable for our people, and they shouldn't just be high. So what we put in that model is dollar when the price go up and a dollar when the price go down, it get adjusted automatically. So from the microeconomic side, yes. In terms of the social, the more macroeconomics side, what we push for is to have SEZs. When you're building these big roads, there should be some special economic vehicles that go into economic zones that will spur some activity. Everything should not just be on the road. How the towns can benefit, all of those should be in there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's Paul. Paul.
Yeah, Paul, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Good evening to the Minister of Transport. It's really actually a pleasure sharing this the podium with you. I have few questions. And I'm very impressed hearing the time of process for your plate. In some countries, once you do the registration, it takes you a week to get a hard copy plate. But since you are here telling us it's in 24 to 48 hours, I think that's a lot of improvement from our end. The Ministry of Transport has a high potential for actually making money, for generating revenue towards our annual, revenue generation scheme. My question is, we see motorists plying the streets with motor vehicles registered with driver licenses that are in database to transport, but actually may not be registered with the police. Are you working with the the director of police to establish a database for interconnectivity where when a driver is pulled over, you are able to know his address, and the police is able to track who this vehicle is registered to, where this driver lives, so that if there's a time to issue a ticket, the ticket can be able to generate revenue to pay to the Liberian LRA. Is this a master plan on your scope to develop or connected database with the police?
Well, we share something with the police right now. That's the National Crash Database. What that means is every time there's a crash, through our road safety program, we collect those data and we share. And that's monitored by the World Health Organization. But you mentioned about the innovative way to raise revenue. If we weren't innovative, in April alone, we raised around $1.874 million. That's the first time in transport ministry history that we have raised that amount of money. Because bottom line, the last 6 years, insurance was never enforced in Liberia. Knowing that insurance is of esoteric importance to international trade, right? How important on the land side, nothing was done about it. When we came immediately, it's on the books, we enforce it. And those revenues has picked up. But one thing I need to talk about is one thing we have done, which is the AARB, the setup of the AARB. It was a good thing in 2019 that the legislature passed a law creating the aircraft.
What is called AARB? What's that?
I'm getting to that. The aircraft accident investigation board. We just started that as a government. When people think about, so let's say a plane crashes in Liberia, who investigates? Who collect the data? So we've just set up that for the country. The legislature did that, but we were able to secure funding in the national budget. I think they then awarded some seed money to start and money for their operations. And it's not only restricted to crash alone. If you slip and fall in a plane, there should be investigations. If something happened on the wrong road, the wrong way, there should be investigations. So these are some of the these are some of the things that we are doing at the Ministry of Transport. So there is a lot. Somebody mentioned sometime that the delay, and we have a 24-hour to 48-hour process. Somebody mentioned unnecessary delay. We are appealing to all our citizens to help us. Do not wait for your vehicle, your motorcycle, or your tricycle to get, 1 year into a rear, 2 years in. You don't register a vehicle for 3 years, 2 years, and when there's inspection, we get overcrowded. We are the only ministry in the country that see around 500 to 1,000 of our citizens in peak hours. It is a lot of work. I must give all of the employees at the Ministry of Transport kudos. I mean, we stay working long hours. On Saturdays, we have to work, but we do it. And the team there is doing a fabulous job. Not perfect, but they're doing their work.
Honorable Minister, please forgive me. Maybe I did not phrase my. But Paul Kennedy has a car. Paul Kennedy gets in the street with a car, and the police pull Paul Kennedy over, and Paul Kennedy gives his driver license to the police. Is the police able to give Paul Kennedy a ticket? And if Paul Kennedy even leaves but does not pay the ticket, is that ticket traceable to Paul Kennedy's house, to his address? When you do your registration for driver license, are you interconnecting your database to be able to help the police to get uninsured driver or risky driver off the street? That was my question, Chief.
So maybe we got off tangent, and I never. So I apologize for not answering your question directly. Gregor Coleman is a colleague of mine. We speak at least twice a week. I spoke to him before even coming on this show. We are working together on many plans. Okay. Besides the national crash database, we are working to innovate and have systems that can talk to each other. The same way we talk with the LRA and talk with the banks. Those things will happen. We have a driver license that we are looking at. Everything we do, we'll do in the interest of the country. The president gave us a mandate to work, and we are working to ensure that mandate happens to the best of our ability. A lot of things are coming up, and it's too early to start talking without doing. So we want to start all of our doings, and then we can come to the Liberian people and have more conversations on transport and transport-related matters.
So I will assume that you at this point, the answer to my question is no, you do not have a specific interoperable database plan. I understand that, and you are a new government. I don't expect that you will have this already and running. I was just trying to figure out whether in fact you have a plan in that direction. But my second question, Honorable Minister, is do my driver license. I'm sitting there around 2:30 and the current left, and the guy tells me, you know what, you got to come back tomorrow. The system is down, electricity is gone. You being a deputy minister for 6 years at the Ministry of Transport, you being a deputy minister for 6 years at the Ministry of Transport, what plans do you have now as a minister proper to regulate the whole electricity issues, the long time processing of driver license? People have their forms in there, pay their $45, but still have not gotten their licenses for over 2, 3, 4 days, maybe it's even a week now. They are only driving on a piece of a receipt. What plans do you have towards regularizing some of the irregularities within the building you sit as a minister, sir?
Mr. Kennedy, let me be unequivocally clear to you. So I told my staff at the Ministry of Transport, deputy ministers and the rest of the team, the day the electricity goes out, none of us has jobs. That means we should all resign. Since I became minister, there has never been a day that we don't have electricity. Okay? Even when I was shadowing the building before being confirmed, there was never a time that we don't have electricity in the building. We have LEC and we have a backup generator. and we've been using the generator pretty effectively. We run it from in the morning to about 5 every day, and extended hours when we have to. If those systems were not in place, the revenue rates would not have happened. Um, you see, people tell you about system down. Let me make this clear to the people. Those information many times are false and misleading. People will hang around place because they think it's a place to hustle. They panhandle you and they tell you, I will do your work for you, and they don't work for us. I can't control what happens off the streets. People go and give that money and they tell them, oh, the system is not down. The system is down. Electricity issue. They say all these things. We have been doing a lot of public service announcement, and I'm making that public here for the rest of the world to hear it. The transport ministry system is running and it's operational. The transport ministry has electricity 5 days a week from 8:30 in the morning to 4:30 in the evening. For extended hours, we have power in the building. The only thing you can say, which is fair, sometimes when we switch in power, maybe 5 minutes, 10 minutes, we switch powers. Those things happen. But to say a consistent time that we have power outage for 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, the answer is no.
Are you done?
Thank you,
Paul?
Mr. Minister. Yeah, I will yield the floor to the rest of the team. Thank you, Mr. Minister.
Paul, thank you very much. Again, we have as our guest for today the Honorable Salif Raf Talo. We want to say thank you for joining us. We're going to do another round. While we get into the all around, let me start with my question. Sir, what's going on with those that are driving the Pen Keke? The information coming from Gregory Coleman, the police IG, that you guys have rescheduled them and allowing them back on the street. Can you share with Liberians tonight what's going on? What's the story?
So, Gregory and I spoke on this before coming on the show. The date is set for May 15. We'll be doing a pilot test. All motorcycles, you got to have the helmet. Your passenger have to have a helmet. You have to have your view mirrors. Your bike has to be registered. To register a motorbike is $25 annually. You have to have insurance, and insurance is $80 annually. And if you meet all of those roadworthiness indications, we will allow you to plow the street until we can do full enforcement and put them into zones and jacket and that sort of thing. But for now, we are not going to let you endanger the public. There's a national security concern, and also, police will say reckless endangerment. There's endangerment happening, and we'll try to correct those things. Some of the accidents are just terrible, and there's no safety net in place to actually ameliorate that. All modes of transportation there's some risks in it, but the insurance will solve some of those risks. If somebody get hurt. Let me tell you a case. This motorbike had an accident. The guy broke his leg. They had to take him to another country with surgeries and all of that with $80 insurance. The point I'm making is so minimum. Everybody, all motorcycles, all vehicles, anything that plow on our streets should be insured and they should be registered. And the proper safety features of those vehicles should be in place. And I think that's exactly what the Inspector General is trying to enforce. And he has our support at the Ministry of Transport.
So the announcement on social media today is not true. The guys are allowed back in the main street.
I don't know what announcement you're talking about on social media because I haven't seen it. But speaking to Gregory Coleman today and what we plan by May 15, our actions will go into force.
Okay, let's move on. Thank you very much, and I think Gregory will explain further. Let's talk about your department. When you took over, welcome to the show, Glennie. Let's talk about your department. When you took over, were there any layoff from your department?
So I have not fired a single person at the Ministry of Transport since I became minister. None of my deputies. I don't know from whence you speak, But let's talk about it more. Let's dive into it. But we have not fired anybody, and nobody has even been suspended yet.
You told me to talk about it more. I'm waiting for you, sir. When you say let's talk about it more, it means that you got
I've
more.
answered your question. I said you want to probe into what I said, then I can respond expeditiously.
Exactly. I'm trying to upload this. I received this document from CSA. If you didn't personally, what about CSA? I mean, are you keeping all your staff with it? And then because you're there as deputy minister now, so I'm just trying to understand you better.
So there were about.
I think. Sorry, sir. I think if this letter is right, this came from Wolu, the former transport minister, talking about the fiscal year 2024. I think I shared this in the chat room. If not, let me do that. Can you explain this document to us, sir?
The transport ministry hired about 103 consultants. Imagine that, 103 consultants. There should be processes in the way that you give people consultancy. Okay, consultants are.
Sorry.
So the then CSA Director General, in his wisdom, said enough. And he wrote the transport ministry. He said, as of this date, these consultants or contractors would not be on the government payroll again. It was during the elections time, and that wasn't implemented. I got it in February 23rd or so. I have people saying that they are employees. I said, no, you're not. According to my payroll, I have 407 persons. As far as I know, that happened 2 or 3 months before me. And the records are there. And that's the thing about the letter there. It was not done by our government. It was not done by the transport ministry as Salif Tyler minister. No, that was in the past, and that was the past.
So this government didn't fire anyone.
I challenge anybody to bring a letter that signed firing anyone. I challenge anybody to bring a letter that my deputy signed suspending anyone. So that hasn't happened. I don't go into. I allow my deputies to function. They are there for a purpose, and they do that job pretty effectively. The thing we do is minister discussion and approval. So there are discussions that happen, and then I approve things when they bring it to me. But there has not been any firing. There has not been any suspension. And instead, I don't focus on the gossip and social media, stuff. The only thing I do on social media is usually posting my dog or my children and my family and myself, or a few folks.
Yeah, and when you let's basically, you just called me to give me a hard time. So
Stenton.
Well, let me go ahead. Let me ask my last question.
No, Stenton, there's a follow-up to that question, please, since it's still there. He said there were individuals that were on the payroll that came and said they are hired. But I did not get that part.
I did not say they were on the payroll. I didn't say that.
They're not on. You said they are not on the payroll. So who are those people? Because it was kind of vague. Who were those people that came to you claiming that they're supposed to be hired when they were contractors in the institution?
Let me start again. There were about 103 consultants. If I tell you a ministry have 103 consultants, it's alarming first. Okay, that was what we had. If I tell you in details who were on those lists, on the list of those people, you will be shocked. Anyhow, they were there.
Now I won't know.
No. You're going to get in trouble here. I'm not going to do that.
But hold on 1 minute. I think we got your answer. Let me move on.
No, going somewhere.
Can you wait for your turn back? I'm losing focus on my question. Just write it down, Fadiga. You can come back to it.
Come in with your follow-up.
Yeah, I don't want to lose focus of my question, though. On a very serious note, I know we're talking about who were those consultants, but let me ask you. Again, I told you prior to the show, I don't know you. Is it true that you spent $20,000 United States dollars to refurnish and rebuild your office?
Stand them. You know, we need to be talking serious stuff. There's a lot of issues.
Did you change anything about your office, sir?
Are coming. We need to be talking about serious stuff. Okay. I didn't want to show you before pictures at the Ministry of Transport and after pictures. If I show you the bathrooms at the Ministry of Transport, you will shed tears for Liberia. I didn't want to go there. We try our best to make it what it should be. Today at the Ministry of Transport, the British ambassador can say, I want to play a courtesy call. Today at the Ministry of Transport, you can have delegates from Angola visiting us. We are trying. There was no 20,000 spent whatsoever. That is not true.
Did you make some changes? Did you make some changes?
There were positive changes made. Okay.
In the amount of how much?
I come in now. We haven't passed budget yet. The budget has just passed. It hasn't gone into allocations and allotment phase yet. Okay. We are doing everything we can to make the best out of a messy situation to change it. There was no $20,000 spent.
In the amount of how much?
There's always there are always rumors. There are always rumors.
Forget the rumors. We have enough fact conversation now. In the amount of how much? In the amount of how much?
In Liberia, you not do your job. So there was nothing as such.
But I'm asking you my question, and like Paul said, I need an answer. If you cannot, I'll understand. I will move on. I gotta go to Fadiga, who is beating me from the back. My question, sorry, Dr. Richardson, is you then Fadiga. My question to you, sir, did you make any changes at the ministry, your office, the building, whatsoever?
Okay, so in terms of personnel, when I took over, you know, if you're sitting in there and you're yearning to make changes, you're yearning to put your country forward, and things are not done, you come and make some changes. All the ministers were just scattered around. One was sitting on the first floor, the other was sitting on the second floor, the other was sitting on the third floor. So what I did was to move all the ministers on the top floor so we'll be able to talk. So we'll have synergies in our meetings, so we can walk to each other's offices and have conversations on the way we proceed. So we can have one meeting point. If I tell you the GAC even docked us for not having a minister meeting in 6 years, the executive never met in 6 years. On the record, GAC said it's a problem. So we are we correcting things. And
did you make any changes at the ministry?
so the wild net changes, okay? We have made many changes. Changes in the way we carry on our inspections. Changes.
No, not that. Changes in furniture. Changes in the building. Changes in the office space. Changes in the furniture. Changes from that level, not administrative changes.
Okay. So we painted. If that's the change you're talking about, because it was messy.
How much did you spend? Forget, but I know you're trying to play this one. But how much was your overall expense of all those changes you make?
Stanton, it was not even more than $2,000. Let me tell you rumors.
The entire building was more than 2,000.
Painted the place. Painted. Let me say something to you. There was a rumor that I was renting a vehicle for $260 a day. If you do the math, that's about $13,000 a month. I don't focus on that because I know that's garbage. I don't even have a government car.
Did you change the minister office? Did you change the minister office?
What I did was remove the old furnitures.
You bought new furnitures.
Stanton, I removed the old furniture that were in there, and I got some furniture, yes, a decks.
You bought new furniture, not just a decks.
Stanton, I changed the office, yes.
Did you put in 80-inch TV?
No, that's not true.
What's the size of the TV that you put in the office, sir?
27-inch TV.
That size is 27. It look more like 60-inch.
Let's start this thing. Call me tomorrow and video in my office.
No. I'm asking because, sir, again, I just want us to be. Listen, You took over, but you were there for almost 5 to 6 years as deputy minister. If you said that building was the worst in the history of Liberia, you were part of it all those years.
Okay. Stand
Why
up.
couldn't you? Why couldn't you help to keep it up to standard? But then when you took over, the allegation that you spent 20,000 to refurbish the office alone is shocking, sir.
So the 20,000 thing is not true. First, let's be
Okay,
serious.
I'm serious.
Let's let anybody put any invoice out. I need you to bring your people at Spoon tomorrow. They can go to we can I can take them to the controller office because we're very transparent and see whether they will see that there. I offer that challenge. Okay, that is not true. Let's be serious about some of these wildcast allegations that are just far fetched. When I say the building was a mess, it's happening the whole country. Ministries after ministries and agencies after agency, the place were filthy. There's no way to sugarcoat it. I didn't want to dwell in the past. They were messy. You know, your people, I think there was Mika that went there. Spoon was live, I believe. You come tomorrow, you see the burns. When you walk in the building, you smell the burning.
So you have reason to change it. So I don't think it's if yes, it burned. We burned with that story. You have reason to change it, but I don't want us to say that you did something illegal. I want you to be bold enough and say yes, we did what we did because we needed to change it. But thank you, Salif. Let me go to Dr. Richardson. I respect your answer. You know, I've been knowing you. I respect your answer. I'm not kidding, but I had to ask the question because that's what out there. So Dr. Richardson and Fadiga.
Mr. Salif, I believe it's an important question to ask if you spend $20,000 on your office while Liberians are having difficulty finding food to eat or while we're having struggles with medication at hospital. So that's an important question. But I hear what you say that you did not do that. You spent about $2,000 on renovating because there was a need to do it. That's what I'm hearing you say. I also heard you say, which I think is a good move, that you eliminated or you did not eliminate consultants, but when you took over, there was questions asked if they worked for the ministry, and you said that those consultants were not supposed to be there. So I think that was also a good move as long as they were not supposed to be there. My question to you is about decentralization. I don't know if somebody spoke about this before because I've been in and out. Do you plan to decentralize the services such as issuing license to other parts of Liberia? And if you do, what are your plans? And also, I believe Mr. Kennedy asked a very good question about the interconnection between the transport ministry and the police department. Do you also tend to decentralize that location because we have a good route between Monrovia and Nimba? People can be speeding, they can get a ticket, they can have accident. If you get a ticket in Wiala, how would the transport connection between the police work?
Okay, so decentralization is one of the pillars of the Ministry of Transport. So at this point, we have the ministerial complex that we in the Congo Town area beside our central office that does the same services that we do at the Ministry of Transport. We have a satellite place in Kakata. We should be opening up in Ganta. We should be launching over partnership with the UNDP. But the Transport Ministry decentralization, it can be a little complicated. And here's why. In order to effectively decentralize, we need a space because of the influx of people. Two, we need the the availability of banks because the banks, people have to go pay to the bank when they get their bills. Also, we need internet connectivity, and then also we need the security structure in place because we have revenue instruments that will be used in those places. So we're working. I would say one thing: there were only 2 banks on our platform, or there are 2 banks on our platform, which is the IB Bank and the UBA bank. We're trying to expand that. We're talking to EcoBank. It's the largest bank in the country, and surprisingly, it's not in our collection circle. So we actively engage in the EcoBank. We almost at conclusion. We're talking to AfriLand Bank because we believe, as part of our decentralization process, the banks are paramount in that because they collect the revenues for us. People actually go to them and pay. So that's why. But again, decentralization is one of our pillars. So actively
So
we're working.
thank you. I hope when you come back, you'll be able to give us a timeline in terms of how the decentralization will occur. That it sounds like you're working on it. So I will take that for now. My second question to you is about traveling by airway between Monrovia and Harper. I don't know if that's on your radar. Or I remember being a child living in Beaumont. The train tracks were only used for the mining trains. Do you have any plan to at least alternate the train tracks where it could be used for private use? Because I think that would help to decrease the traffic and also increase the mobilization of market people coming into Monrovia or taking their goods to other parts of the country. I just know, for example, I'm taking a train from where I am to Washington, D.C. I know that many tracks, many companies use the same track. Sometimes we have to stop because they would be telling me, oh, another train got to cross over or something like that. So I wanted to know if you have that, having lived in this developed country for a while, if you have that on your radar.
Okay, first you talk about two things: air transport and land transport.
Correct. You're right.
Okay, so let me tell you what we have at current in terms of domestic air services and what is in the works. So at the James Springs Airport is where all the domestic flights come out of now.
Yeah.
They go to Lofa, they go to Grand Sino, they go to Grand Cru, they go to Zwedru, and then
not regularly.
I'm talking about what is there now. Then I will tell you the plans. Okay, I have to tell you what is there now and how we intend to improve those services. So it's run by two. We have Eco World Airline and we have MAF. Okay, Eco World is one plane, MAF has this one plane. We are talking to there's some folks that came from Angola. They've done all their feasibility, and I can clearly say that within the next few months, we should be having domestic air services in the country if all those plans materialize.
Very nice.
For the rail side, so the only functioning rail in the country now is from Nimba to Harper. From Nimba to Buchanan, rather, the port of Buchanan. And that rail is owned by the Liberian government, and the Liberian government, our policy is it's a multi-user rail. Okay. HPX or Guinea, the Nimba Mountain side, they want a concession. Their plan is to use the rail, and then they will build a parallel one to come to Buchanan. There will be a commercial. The port of Buchanan will be a commercial port, and they will build another seaport to transport their ore out. But at some point, we should, as a country, while we have those rails, we should put some commercial activity along those things as well. By the way, there is a bill there's a bill at the Transport Committee in the lower house to set up the National Rail Authority that will be responsible for that, and the Transport Ministry will be on the board and supervise and have their oversight. But up to this point, we don't have the National Rail Agency. That is in the works. But Liberians, journalists or communicators on this platform, you are the referee for our plebiscitary democracy, and we appreciate all your answers and concerns. We are working on them. However, our government is new. Kindly give us some time for us to start working, for us to do the work that you elected us to do.
But the government is new, but you're not new to the system. You're not new to the ministry.
That's why I'm running like a bullet train. That's why I'm running very fast. We've done, let me tell you about the Guinea trip that you asked. You see, when you're sitting and...
Before you tell about the Guinea trip, let's go to, because I want to show the picture. So, Honorable the Guinean president, you know, it was like something and Goliath. He was looking so small under the president. But I will show that picture. Go ahead, Fadiga.
Fadiga brother, the man of Fadiga.
I have two. You know, they are giving you all the easy questions to next because you are man. You
Now you're
mentioned something
business
about
application.
Wait for Laburo.
you mentioned payroll and assets assessment. What I want to know is why are payroll audits and assets assessment necessary, and what outcome do you expect from that activity?
Please say that. Sorry, I missed the question.
In one of your, when you just took office, you mentioned yeah, you are going to initiate a payroll and assets assessment. You remember that?
Yes. Okay. So
what I want to know is why are those? Why was it necessary to do those? And then what is the desired outcome do you expect from those activities?
So if you take over any organization, you want to verify your assets, right? They are your capital equipment that give you the results that you need, right? You need the capital asset beside your OPEX. So it was just a way to know. And the president actually mandated that we do that, which was very important. Him being a very insightful leader, a visionary leader, thought we could do that. And we completed all the assets verification. You know, there were vehicles. Some are parked in superintendent compound in Grange there, because they were broken down. Some are good and some are not good. So and also in that verification, we found out that you know, when you're not sitting at the helm, you don't see some things. We found out that the equipment used for the engravement of the driver license is owned by the Ministry of Transport. And if a vendor is using that, there should be fees that's supposed to be paid to the government. And we in the discussion part to make sure that happens. You talk about assessment in the payroll. Of course, I wanted to know how many employees we have so we can budget for them appropriately. And we wanted to look at people degrees, people experience, so we can match them appropriately. And also wanted to find out whether there were ghost names on the payroll. And we found out there were about 7 persons on the payroll. Some dead that will stay on the payroll, some left and will stay on the payroll, some people traveled, they will stay on the payroll. And we corrected that. We almost at the point of correcting that now, because I had the last meeting this morning, I believe, to move those names out. There were about 7 persons we will be communicating to CSA to get them out effectively.
Genevia Anderson, EPR, HQUC.
Who is Amelia Anderson, sir?
That was my.
You even catch the name. That gossip too much.
No way. Leave my thing alone. The man will say the real name.
My executive assistant, brother.
You're checking official business.
Yeah, my executive assistant was calling me.
Yeah. Listen, this is sponsored. Yeah, what's going on the orange?
Yeah, the orange day.
But I'm bringing that to Bopla because
I got a second question.
One question quick. We got to go.
Let me ask this one. It's important that I ask this. I got one too. The last question, you mentioned something about vehicles at the port will have to be registered before coming. I don't see how that will happen, but I do have one suggestion. And why is it like in the US? Most dealership that, especially right after COVID, most dealership they used to have it before, have plates, license plates. I don't know how to do it, but they have a bunch of license plates that once a vehicle is purchased, do all the paperwork and sign a license plate and then take the document to.
It's typically temporary.
No, real one. They got real license plate. Yeah,
not in Georgia.
But in Minnesota they do that. Real license plate after purchasing the vehicle, except what the vehicle. Yeah, now they can just issue the license plate. So DMV has like temporary, and then
but for us, you gotta wait 2 weeks. They will get you temporary, and you wait 2 weeks to get the actual plate.
Well, in Minnesota, you can get a plate.
Okay.
So,
or you can get temporary if you want, but they do.
You see the temporary plate. We used to issue temporary plate, but temporary has to come with insurance. We don't want you having a temporary plate and you got a car out there that when it causes problem, the liabilities are not taken care of. So we are studying that. My meeting with the Dealers Association and a few dealers is we need to come up with per dealer. We need to come up with blanket insurance per your lot. So when you're testing those vehicles, even though when you put a temporary tag on, it's covered when it's going on the street. Because when something happens, which will happen, as long as you're living on the earth, Murphy's law, what will go wrong will go wrong. So you correct those things. So we talking about that. We in those conversations.
Thank you, Fatiga. Please, let's do one question, please, because we want to bring in Glennie, Isaac, and Fatima. We're begging you guys. So that to both play one question and Sam one question.
It's almost 11 p.m. in Liberia.
Yeah, I want you to go. That's why I want us to do one question real quick.
I mean, no crap, baby thing here, man.
Right.
National
Go ahead. Go ahead, Dr. Bople.
Thank you, CEO. So, Mr. Minister, you have mentioned, we talk about decentralization. You have mentioned some of the challenges of decentralization. And you also talk about your workload, how sometimes you work on Saturday, long hours and stuff like that. Decentralization will solve a lot of those problems and create jobs. So with the challenge about the banks, where you say there's not a bank or in every county, some of that effect, couldn't we do our registration online? Because you can do your registration online and your money goes straight to the transport bank of choice in Monrovia, anywhere. We can Momo it, and then we make that part electronic, and then the counters produce the plate. Because actually, plate production is not difficult. They're doing a counter and they will create jobs and be more efficient. Then everybody don't have to come and clamor your ministry and overwhelm your staff. Do you have any plan to do that? To decentralize, and when it comes to the payment part, if you're in Grand Crew and you feel like the bank not there, then you go and Momo your payment and then move on and go get your plate.
Okay, so Dr. Brople, I would say this. Decentralization is just not about going to Grand Crew, going to Sino, going to FOIA anyway. It's about building the ecosystems that will allow people to do their services and allow people to make payments. Because the ecosystem is part of decentralization. Governments have moved from digitization now to mobile government, where everything is on an app and people can go and renew their services. Mm-hmm. Okay, so you hit the nail on that. But I would say this: we have a vendor that has a contract. Okay, we will push the vendor to develop those things, those technology. If it costs for us to do an addendum to this contract, we will. I don't like our driver license regime. The driver license is issued for 2 years. I think that's some of the problems. I think driver license should be issued for 5 years. So we will work on some of these things. With the you talk about people registering their vehicles on platforms. We can only do that with renewals. We can't do that with new registration. Everywhere in the world, you do that with renewals. So when you come in to renew, then you can do it online. But when it's your first time registration, you have to actually go in and get it done because we have to verify the vehicle, right?
Oh, they're talking about the payment part. That's right.
Yeah, but the payment is the same as the registration. The payment is part of it. So we have to do it at the renewal phase and not at the new registration place. We also working on maybe there's breaking news. We're also working on roadworthiness inspections, because the question about that is okay. So people will check that vehicles for tires, brakes, and what about the emissions? And one of the standards we'll be looking at is ECWA standards. But all of those plans are in place. We're working on them little by little. They will all be tied into the National Development Plan. We can't just do things on our own without tying to what the president intends to do. There's a lot of conversations in cabinet. and there's a lot of conversations around those things, and those things will happen fairly soon.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Minister, I just want to.
How are you? You're giving me a long.
No, I want to praise you all for like 10 seconds. A few months ago, I came to the States and I went to rent a car, and I just forgot that my driver license in Georgia had expired, but I have my Liberian driver license. And then I give it to them, and I was panicking, thinking that so they went to a book and opened this book, and here is a specimen of the Ministry of Transport driver's license in there, and I got my car. So I want to tell you guys, thank you for that. That was, it was a really great, really, really magnificent thing that's been done. Look, you talk about the railroad currently used by ArcelorMittal, and this been very problematic, as you know. So I wanted to ask you a question about, the thing with the HPX, okay, and all the issues, okay, and some of the sanctions that were imposed upon the WEA regime emanated from that, okay. So I just want to, this is serious. So I just want to ask, were you involved? No, I'm not asking you about that. I want to ask you about, were you involved in a lot of the negotiations that was going on? Because I know there were meetings held in London, held in Washington, and HPX felt that some people, the government of Bureau, were there promoting metal to the detriment of a Canadian American company. So, number one, what is the status of that now? And number two, do you think that HPX, Robert Freelander, has not just only the financial ability, but do you think the Guineans will be fully supportive of a railroad coming from Samadou or whatever Freelander has his asset, and maybe it's not staying with someplace else, whether they will be supporting the building of the railroad into Buchanan? Just those two questions.
Okay. So first, let's a little convoluted, but help me to fragment them. Okay. Bear with me to fragment. The first thing you said was whether I was part of those discussions. If I were, you said people were sanctioned, right? That would be sanctioned too. I was
not necessarily, because they knew who were obstructive and who were facilitating. Americans intelligence, they have a way of knowing who were obstructive, who were playing games and stuff.
I was not involved in any HPS negotiations. Okay. At one point, I was called to the mansion for a meeting. Then with President Weah, and I met Mr. Friedman in there. Freeland. I met Mr. Freeland in there, and it was just him having a talking, and then I left, and there was nothing brought to me. There was nothing of that matter whatsoever. Albeit, I just met the HPX folks. They came and paid a courtesy call on me, led by a female executive, one of the female executives. See, I just came from work here, so I have some documents that I requested that she sent to me. I will be going through some of those documents. So at this point, I know nothing about the HPX deal. I will be reading about it, not tonight because I'm really tired. I will start reading on the weekend to find out all of those, and I will be contacting the executives that is pushing these things. But I know, there's a lot of work needs to be done. There's IMCC, there's cabinet, there's EPCC issues. There are many issues that people are working on. And when the big companies come, their governments want them to succeed because it takes economic activity in their country because they're spending their money. They want money to go back there. So all of these things are being looked at. You can get calls, you can get communication from other governments about these things, but we're still in the process of reviewing that. IMCC, which you have been a part of before in the past, is looking at those. I have my take folder this much. I'll be going through those things. But up to now, I don't. Besides meeting the executive from HPS, I don't know anything else about the deal.
But my second question was
one question, Uncle Sam.
He didn't answer the other one. Does he believe, or does he think the Guinean authorities, the Guineans will be supportive of HPX building a railroad from the mines to China? I mean, just your own thoughts.
The man made Dumaya put me in his shoes though. And you know I showed her Dumaya. Don't show the picture. Anyhow, people on a more serious note. You see, Liberia, Guinea, and Sierra Leone are sister countries. Okay, I was just there at the River Flight Information Region. We work in each other's interest. Liberia needs to benefit from this deal, and I don't think President Dumaya and the rest of the Guinean authorities will be opposed to that. We have brotherly conversations when we go to the River Flight Information Region meeting. It's all brotherly stuff. All our resolutions is passed on good faith and in the interest of international cooperation, trade, and integration. We have a minister's trip across the border. I mean, people invited us to our homes. In 2 weeks' time, the Guinean transport minister will be coming to Liberia. Minister Usman Gao Diallo will be visiting me as my guest. You know, our Sierra Leone counterpart, Minister Tule. So we all working together. It's brotherly, while we look for the interests of each member nations, but we also do it collectively. We just raise the benefits for the aviation sector through the RFIR, and we're done across the board. Even in our network of meeting, we have the River Flight office that is actually in Liberia, and I think you know that you worked on that before. Even when we hire one person from Liberia, we spread that we hire somebody from Guinea and Sierra Leone. So we have this coordination that work at the point I'm making. And in that coordination and in that brotherhood of African spirit, we will work together and ensure that each country benefit. There's no we have a meeting in Guinea to reassure the Guineans authorities that we are one. And I know it's a military government, but we are the same people. And when I went to Guinea, I was extremely impressed. You know, I saw a real structure. I saw a real government working. I didn't see any semblance of a military.
Thank you very much. Granny?
Hello, everybody. Hello to everybody watching. It's good to be here amidst all of you. Dr. Francine, I love your earrings. Since I know you miss me, everybody's been telling me.
Earrings from Magata.
I love your earrings. Love it. Love it. Anyway, Honorable, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
Glendy, how are you today?
I'm good. I'm wonderful. I have one question. But even though we were reduced to one, I don't know. I didn't hear your answer to Dr. Popla's question on the payment. Was the payment about insurance and driver's license, or was it about the railroad?
No, he was talking specifically about the land transport services in terms of driver license and registration. He was asking, if I understood his question correctly, which I believe I answered, was why can't we innovate? Why can't we have a platform that people can make their payment without going to the building? And we were pretty clear that that is in the work. We are pursuing it. We're even looking at the time for driver license, because if I increase the time from 2 to 5 years, it will decrease the people from going there. If I remove expiry date from a card and put innovative thing there where the card will show red when people pick it up, those things can happen. So I agree with his suggestions. These are some of the things that we are talking in the back end we are doing. It's just that when they haven't come to fruition, you can't go out in the public and say, I'm working on this, because you got to keep some of the things that you're working on to yourself until they get done. Because we live in a world that things will not always go right, and you have to correct it. And the time frame you give the public, they will lose trust and confidence in you.
I think that would be great. I don't have any other questions. I just want to make sure that Spoon TV does have a bottle of water there for you.
Yes, they should.
The healthcare that see me just have me wondering whether you got water to drink. You got water to drink?
I'll bring my own water.
Oh my goodness, that's so sad.
I used to be him. I was so he paying it there.
Okay.
So you have to embarrass the platform here today?
I just asking at the healthcare that email, I see the man coughing. We need to make sure he's safe.
Mr. Tyler,
yes,
you know, working in the healthcare system and allowing your patient to go and talking about
Fly
popular
is ready.
water.
Fly is ready. He
I
missed
tell
me.
you
I
about
know.
bottled water. I read it on. I would not dive into it, but anyway, you have water in studio. Let me bring in Isaac to Virginia. Isaac.
Yeah, Minister, how are you?
My old man, how are you, sir?
My man, I'm correct. You know, I got a whole bunch of questions, but I can't really ask them. But from a digitization or digital transformation perspective, especially when it comes to revenue generation and monitoring what's happening in the transport sector, you know, how do you intend to really go about it? I know you say there's a partner that you guys having discussion with, but I think the strategy and the implementation around it has to be more solid and communicated to people, right? Because some people face different challenges, whether it's getting licensed, whether it's the fact that you as the transport ministry, housing, driver license, and vehicle registration, where some people feel that should not be in there. Then the integration with the police in terms of how do they know there's somebody license, you know, could be suspended, how the ticketing process works. Then how registration, let's say I didn't register for 1 or 2 years. And I personally have experienced that, not registering a car because the car was sitting down there. But then when I want to register it, I got to pay for the 2 years that it will not register for. So, you know, if we had a system that could determine whether that car was violating the registration, then we wouldn't be worried about, you know, not registering for 2 years and just register for the current period. And so all of those things are things that the general people are concerned with. How do you address those things?
Everything you say, you're on point. We are trying. We want to digitize. I do not even want to digitize. I want to be on mobile platforms and getting my things done. I don't want 500 or 1,000 people in the building, but we are tied to certain constraints. And those are the contracting engagement that we have. We are stuck to contracts that were awarded for many years. And to tell somebody, say, well, come and bring in this system, we're all paying them, it's a problem, right? And we got PPCC and PFM laws that guide some of those awarding of contracts and things. So we're listening to many people. It's not a single person. When you said, I said that we listen. You and myself talk about this. There's friends from different parts of the world who talk about this. We are extremely excited and interested in those things. We need to be linked with the police. We need to be linked with immigration. For example, we get a foreigner who is driving and he could be on an alert that the government wants. Just by pulling him over, we could turn that person over to Interpol. We need all of those structures in place. And is one of the immediate and important things we need to do. Right from an administrative standpoint, we don't even have an Outlook email system. I intend to solve that problem in the next 30 days. I need intranet system. I need an ERP. You can go on and on and on. I need too many things to do. They are capital intensive, but we will work through those things and get them done as fast as we can, given the resources and everything we have.
Thank you very much. Fatima Bintu Salid, the last person to ask question.
Yeah. Let me go after this.
No, but seriously, we offer you a bottle of water, and you said that you brought your own bottle of water. So I mean, I drink
diamond water.
You see, that's what happens when you get money. Go ahead, Fatima.
Produced right in Beesville.
So I would like to say good evening to the panelists and also to the guests in studio, to the viewers around the globe. I would like to just make a little disclaimer. There is always water in studio. I've been there. Madam Titi always offers.
Thank you very much, Fatima. Yeah. Unlike the other haters,
there is always water, but it's not always cold though. But there is water. That's the only thing I gotta say about that. But Mr. Minister, I have a question and I have a statement.
Next time you gotta put your boy in my water.
The statement is, as teenagers growing up in America and in the West, there is something called rites of passage. Where when you're 16 years old in high school, we try to make you get your driver's license. Is that being introduced in the Liberian school system? It's my first question.
Thank you, man.
Eh?
I beg you,
Beautiful question. Beautiful question.
It's a right.
It's a beautiful question. And
Uncle Sam,
therefore,
what you begging me for?
no, listen, Fatima, we're allowed to ask 2 more questions on this one. You asked a very unique question. Honorable Tyler, can you please answer that question because it will help our system?
Under our laws, you have to be 18 before we drive. Okay, under our laws, and maybe we can work with the legislature to.
Yeah, maybe because
you talk about learner's permit. You talk about learner's permit.
Myself got that as a teenager.
Yeah, it's a rite of passage in America. By the time
y'all give me a chance to answer it now, please. Let's let the minister answer.
So we have a system where now you go through the driving schools, and for the first time drivers, we get the certificate from the driving schools, and we honor that to give your driver license. And the deputy inspector general, Madam Sadatu and Gregor Kuma, and I have been talking about this. There's no way that we can integrate that with the police, so they can actually go to the police academy and do road testing there to verify those things as just opposed to a driving school. Those conversations are started, and let's hope and see where it goes. With the 16-year-old driving and the 17-year-old driving, that's something I can take under consideration and try to work with the chair on the transport committee in both houses and see whether we can. I've actually noted that down, so I will have those conversations and see where it goes. But Liberians are smart. Liberian young children are intelligent, and I think they can do just the same thing that anybody can do everywhere. By the way, I brought.
Make it free for them. That should make it free for them.
Are they in school? I mean, are you going to introduce it in the high school?
They teach it in school, in high school in
So
America.
listen, now we have our road safety secretariat. With the road safety secretary and the education ministry, we have we have looked at the curriculums of all driving schools. Maybe we can go more into that. We can say, well, let's put it at a more lower bottom where we can try to work with the education ministry to introduce it at a way lower level. That's something I've noted, and I will look into that. But Fatima, you got my number, so please call me. Let's discuss those.
Fatima, did I hear you say that they don't have a road test in Liberia?
That was my next question.
Okay, so
that was my next question.
Right now, everything for new drivers is done through the driving schools. So if you graduate from the driving school will give you that road test, and you'll go through the literature part, and you go through the road testing part through the driving school, and you bring that certificate to us, and that's the certificate we actually gave the driver license for new drivers, or for first time drivers that come, except you coming from another country, and we on an international committee, we honor those licenses like they would do at ours. But I said again that the Deputy Inspector General and the Inspector General of Police, we've been discussing this to see how we can get the police involved, as opposed to letting the private sector do it, to regulate it more, pretty much.
And then my second question was, when I went to Liberia under Madam Salif's regime, I did realize that everyone was using their ATM cards. We started using ATM, and I was impressed. And I said, maybe everything is going to be digitalized because, we're now thinking as progressives and making things happen. I think the more we talk about it and we say, okay, why can't we just introduce government, e-payment system in all sectors of government where there's a check and balance. People go, even on your phone, like me, I just realized most times my phone will alert me when my registration or my license is going to be, needs to be renewed because I set the dates, and then I will get my thing in the mail. But the thing is, if we have the e-system, most of these things will be resolved. If we could have ATM going to the ATM machines and using those, why can't we just digitalize all these things and make sure that you guys are getting payment easily and business is moving forward and things are coming along? Because it takes a lot of time to wait, go stand in line, and there's those ridiculous lines. And sometimes I just go to Liberia. I would just go to different entities just to notice things. And somebody will be standing in line for the whole day, and they will know somebody else that will know somebody else in there will come and cut the line, bring them in. I see that all the time. And I
So,
think that's fair.
Dr. Broblem touched on this earlier. I think we need to move from a digital government to mobile government. It's
Period.
more mobile than digital, because after you digitize, people life now on the road, and everybody in Labrador now most people in Labrador has a smartphone, at least around the Morovia area.
Yes.
But that they brought me water. So
you got a fresh supply of water.
That's a great point. We've discussed that.
Okay.
I think it makes a lot of sense. Just neighboring country, we all pick on Ghana. Ghana, you can from your phone, you can renew your driver license, you can pay your insurance bill, you can do many.
Absolutely.
So I think we need to move to that. But
And then
please,
Thank you.
No, you said final statement. You just a statement.
Fatima will finish. Fatima,
You told me that Fatima will ask 3 more questions.
Fatima, we got it.
Ask 3 questions.
Thank you.
Fatima, stop disrupting the show.
Yeah.
Fatima, stop disrupting the show.
I'm not disrupting the show.
You got Minister Tyler now, but don't pretend like you don't call him. Let's move on, please.
Yeah, I didn't see you now.
I see. I said it, guy.
But otherwise, I'll tell you, I beg you, we're going to take only 5 questions. We're going to let you go. We make it our 100. Yeah, 5. Just 5. Okay. I beg you, please accept the folks saying that we have to be doing this now. Liberians got to be part of this. We appreciate you coming on Spoon. Nelson, can you come on, please? We really do. We appreciate you coming on Spoon. It's very, very important to have a minister like you to explain to us. I think you are doing extremely well, a good start. There will be a problem here and there, but again, as a media institution, we are willing to work along with you that we can be able to disseminate those information necessary for our Liberian people. As always, we put friendship aside and we ask those hard questions. We're going to open the phone line, please. Address your question. You got 30 seconds too. Nelson, can you put the numbers up and allow the minister to take all of the questions and he will answer them in his closing, please. Nelson, can you please put the phone number up? Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead. Take to the phone line, Nelson.
Okay, so 0555101075 is the number to call, and we have the WhatsApp number up. We take the first person. Hello.
Yes, hello. How you doing?
Yes, sir. You're live. Your name and where you call from?
I'm Roland Ira Jones, and I'm calling from 72nd Boulevard.
You have 30 seconds, sir. Let's hear you.
Okay, yeah. I commend the Minister of Transport for the good work he has started and what he's doing in ministry. Well, I'm an employee of that ministry, and I'm affected. I'm considered consultant, and I'm an employee. So he made mention of it, but he was not clear on the issue. So I just wanted him to elaborate more on it, and it will be very beneficial to us.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your input. Let's take this person. Hello. Your name and where you call from?
Hello.
Okay, let's hear you.
Yeah, my name is Maria. I'm calling from Australia.
Okay.
Yeah, just want to ask the minister. Most of the cars are on the road in Liberia. The cars are very old, but they stay on the road. Why they cannot take the car on the road?
Okay. Thank you. Your response.
Let me take 2 real quick, Nelson. I beg you. Your name and where you joining us from?
My name is Onesmus Didzinya. I'm joining you from Ghana.
Talk to us, please.
Yes, please. I would like to know from the honorable man in studio there, what is the transport ministry intending to do when it comes to introducing speedometer on highways for drivers that are speeding from distance? Like maybe the transport officers can detect, drivers that are speeding from distance and be able to give them tickets. Because these are some of the reasons that we are getting a lot of accidents.
Thank you very much. It's well taken. Yeah. We appreciate you. Let me take this one. Your name and where you joining us from? Your name, sir, and where are you joining us from?
My name is Rufus Brown. I'm joining you from Peoria, Iowa.
Talk to us, please.
Yes, the minister in history they said a lot of things, and some is not true because I was in Monrovia a month ago. talk about the date renovation in the baby. The baby is dead. You see, if I were the baby that was crying,
so can you get to your question, please, Mamo? You have only 30 seconds. Can you just go straight to the question, please?
Yeah, the question I want to ask the minister, you talk about renovation. The down part, the baby and the second floor, have he done the renovation to see the floor and he will be the baby?
Thank you very much. Thank you. He got your question. Your name and where you're calling from, please.
Yeah, I'm here. Hello.
Yes, your name and where are you calling from?
Yeah, my name is Mr. Maran Johnson. I'm calling from the U.S. state of Pennsylvania. I have a question for the Honorable Minister.
Just get to the question real quick, my friend, please.
All right. My question is almost every government ministry and agency in Liberia hosts names. So I want to know if I see whether the minister is going to fetch out those ghost names and get rid of them.
Thank you very much. We'll take two more from Nelson, and then we will wrap up. After the minister leave and our analysis, we will go back to the phone line to hear from you guys, please. Two more from you, Nelson, and then we'll go to the minister.
So I have this person here. Hello, your name and where you call from?
Yeah, my name is Abraham Greaves. I join you from here.
Yeah, please go ahead, Abraham.
Yeah, I want to ask the honorable man in studio the issue about this road safety. We have speed bumps in the street where there's no indications. We have some defected cars without signals. They just move in the street overloaded. This protest to human safety.
Okay.
So I want to address that.
Thank you very much. We take this person. Hello. Okay, and then we move to this one. Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, please go ahead. Your name and where you call from, sir.
Musa Kamal calling for NTA.
Okay, let's hear you.
Yeah, my issue has to be with minister. The minister know that there's a people in front of the ministry there will correct your money in the name of agreeing to do your document. And the minister aware of those people. Why he doing about that?
Okay, well, he's aware of those people in front of the ministry.
Thank you very much, Nelson. I'll squeeze one in, and this will be the last one. Folks will take your calls after the minister leave because he has to leave. Please consider. You are our last caller. Your name and where you joining us from, please.
I'm Joma McKay, aka Kilo Mac. I just want to say hi to all the panelists and the studio guests, Mr. Ralph Sally Tyler, who is a good friend of mine. I have two questions. And the first question has to do with when it comes to vehicle registration. As we're all concerned, I was trying to find out who Motor Vehicle and the Used Car Dealer Association. Like in the US, when you go to buy a car, like Fadika said earlier, when you go to buy a car, in some state like Pennsylvania, where I came from, when you go to the dealership, they verify your insurance and you have a registration and a pre-printed plate right there on the spot. So say, for example, if I came from Buchanan, Grand Pastor County, and I came to Monrovia to buy a car, there should be some temporary tag issue if I don't want to register the car in Monrovia. So is that anything that he has in place? That, okay, if you don't want to register the car in Monrovia and you want to do that in Kakata, Banka, whatsoever, is there any 20 days temporary tag that will be issued? Unlike Ghana.
Thank you. Let's go to the second question. I beg you, sir. Can we go? Yeah, we get that.
The second question has to do with safety and emission. As we all know, Liberia doesn't have the capacity now to do inspection on emission. Is there anything that he has in plan to do with safety? There are many cars that ply the streets of Monrovia, no lights, no tail lights, in the night, it causes a lot of accidents. Is there anything that he has in mind or plan to do safety inspection?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. McKay. It's all yours, Honorable Minister Tyler. Thank you.
So let's go to the callers one by one. I'll start with the folks standing in front of the building. So we did an assessment on that. We cleared the carriage, the Warren Street side. and then we open up the carriage free side for folks to go there. So we move one side, but my issue at the transport ministry is I'm not in the fence. I have the road. I can't control who's staying across the road because they are citizens. They have rights to the road. What I can do is to appeal to the public. Do not talk to anybody. Come in the ministry and come and apply for your services. We will help you with everything you need. We have a vibrant customer service group. My phone numbers are out there. All the deputy ministers, all the assistant ministers, we are public people. If you have issues, reach out to her. We have a our customer service line that is there to help you. What we can do is more information, more communication, and we're trying to even put things in jingles where we play around for people to hear these things. We cannot control what you do outside in your communities and on the street. Come into our building. You are welcome to be on the first floor to do all the services you want. Mr. McKay asked about the road worthiness inspections. Pretty much what he's talking about. We are in the process of doing that. We have to put a bid out, and the bidding is the PBCC process. We have to follow through the process, and people will bid. It will be a painstaking process for the country because it will be the first time doing that. We'll see that those vehicles that shouldn't be on the road, they will not be on the road. And also there's a fee associated with it. So the country has to be ready for that. We can't just come and do it one time and just cold turkey. We have to do it with a lot of information, a lot of communication, getting our people ready to understand that this will be the new way. The other caller talked about renovation of the building. We haven't gotten a dime from government to renovate the building. Okay, we just trying little bits and pieces here and there to asking people to say, can you help me with paint? Can you do this? And we are doing everything we can with the minimum. I'm not happy that my production room is on the top floor when they are engraving place. I'm hearing it in my office. But this is what we have, and we're working through those things. We just need a little bit more time for us to get the best done in the service delivery of our people. The first caller talked about he was not a contractor, he was an employee. And I think the bigger responsibility left with him. You see, when people give you an employment letter, you need to read it well. I have been through at least 20 or 30 of those letters. And it clearly states in this letter that you are here for 90 days, and based on after the 90 days, you'll be given another letter of employment. That did not happen in their case. And if the past government was really interested in you to say they make you an employee, they could have done it. They had all the powers, they had all the resources. How come it wasn't done? Even the past government said that they are contractors. And from November last year, the communication was sent out, and they're having since December last year, that was over with. The issue we're having is that they're still having Ministry of Transport ID cards, and there's some inspectors in that category still have the jacket. We have to change those. And we're in the process of having a driver license or an ID card that will have an RFID so people can swipe. We need to have access controls in our buildings. We want to restrict who goes where. Because, you see a guy in mechanic shirt, short pants, and flip-flops on the ministerial floor. That is a problem. We're trying to fix those things. We need CCTV camera all around the building so we can see who's there. I want every minister in the building to know what is happening in the building when they're not there, including me. So we're working on all of those things. It took a little bit of time. We've been at the work. I haven't even received my second pay yet. That had the shortest time we've been there. So it's I haven't received my second pay yet, meaning I've been there a very short time. I told you the process is a full level process to get into government. So
the government ain't pay you yet.
I just told you I haven't received my second pay. Don't. So that means I just started. That was the analogy I made.
All the money you collected, $1.8 million. Can you talk to us? Folks need to know what this money going. The Ministry of Transport collected a little over 1.8. Where is it going?
So there is something called a consolidated account. So when it gets paid to the bank push it to the government consolidated account that is set over by LRA and Finance Ministry. Then it goes into this pool, and they whatever finance ministry does is what the fiscal space allow. And
so it's not coming to your or ministry account directly. Go to the
not at all.
Government. Thank you for clearing that. Now the very quick, yeah, you cleared that because people ask, listen, the Finabono cars that came in the country, we missed that. We must ask you, the Finabono cars that came in the country, are those vehicles registered on the Ministry of Transport? Because you were there as Deputy Minister. Sorry to ask this question and make it the last question, but it's important that you touch on it, sir.
Let me say something. In the last year, the government lose around $35,000 on vehicle waivers. So what that means is that the authority at the time will waive the registration of a vehicle. Okay. And I put a stop to that. When I came, I did a policy and said that, well, no waivers. Because $35,000 annually, it may sound little, but it could be used in the hospital for medication. It could be used somewhere. And not only that, if you continue that precedent, that $35,000 will grow to now 70, 100, and that kind of, and that sort of thing. So those waivers, we stop them. You cannot be a prominent person in our society and you seek waivers on your vehicles, because some of the names that were on those waivers, it will shock you. So we put a halt to that. Nobody waiving anybody fee, because myself have to register my car.
Are you saying in a bundle the glorious Lamb International Musical Group car on off in a bundle, or Glorious Grace, whatever the name is? Are you saying they were all waived?
I'm saying to you that there were a little over $35,000 last year that was waived.
But were the cars registered?
Yes, that's the question. This is very important.
Those cars registered.
There were about $35,000.
No, but I'm saying, but were these cars registered? Were they registered in your system?
There was about, I think about 59 or 89 vehicles, or 59 or 39 or something, between 39 to 59 that was registered in our system.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so they were registered.
Yes, some of them were registered.
Okay, so it was a Unity Party propaganda that these cars were not registered.
Well,
some.
I come in now.
So.
No,
I said some.
We are talking in time.
Okay, so
listen,
this is very important. Let's listen to the minister, because this is very important.
Cars were not registered. We run our databases and say, well, this car is registered and that car not registered. A lot of them, time to register were elapsed. They elapsed.
But
so it was
when cars registered, yes or no?
Uncle Sam, can you give him a chance? I beg you, we need to understand. If you have a photo, I would beg him to give a few seconds, but let you understand him. I beg you, Mr. Minister.
Listen, some of the vehicles were registered, but we found out that a lot were not registered because the time had expired. And the cases where they were not registered for 1 or 2 years, we forced them to make all those payments. Those
Thank
things
you very much.
I can say they were not registered. It doesn't mean that when it came in the country from day one, it wasn't registered.
Okay.
Because all the cars were plated. Listen, I will say this to you. There were political parties that all their vehicles were waived. Many political parties. That's totally.
So it's not a question. I beg you, Mr. Minister. I know you were going and talk about the waiver. My question here is, then you, Mr. Minister, you have this document. I beg you, sir. You, Mr. Minister, you knew exactly where the car came from. You can tell the Liberian people how the car came into the country and who brought the car into the country. Am I correct?
What I do know, those cars were registered in the name of a company, and that company is registered under the laws of Liberia. I did not see the shareholder agreement. I heard like rumors that it belonged to an individual. I cannot prove that. What I know, those cars were registered on the banner of a company. And
so to speak, I will interrupt you. The car came in as government car, or it came in as a car registered to an individual company?
Well, car cannot come registered to a company. We have to register it. Okay.
No. The ownership.
The ownership was by a firm, by a company that owned it.
Stanton, that guy didn't bring no cars in through government.
I beg you. And these are some of the information from your ministry. Our sources sent it to us. So you are quite correct. The majority of them have expired. Gracious right, gracious right, gracious right. You know, the rest of it, yes, no, and whatsoever. We got all of the document of all of the cars. Okay, I have them. My question to you: the car folks are saying it came in as a government cars. It was donated. Were these cars donated, sir, to the Liberian government?
No, listen. I'm being unequivocally clear, and let me be deliberate about this. I don't know whether those cars came in as government, and I don't know. But what I do know, they were registered under a firm, the Gracious Right. How they came in, I have no idea. The way they come in, listen. The way of vehicle coming in is through the IPD system through Commerce Ministry. I don't have access to that database. The only thing I know, it was registered under a firm name, and then they registered Gracious Right. That's what I know. I don't know anything about any individual now. Maybe I need to check my
So you are saying that as deputy minister then for administration, you didn't investigate as to who brought the car in. You just focus on its registration, right?
Yeah, but Stanton, when you are a deputy minister, you are deputy minister for something. Our deputy minister for administration and insurance. There was a deputy minister for land and rail transport. That falls in his shop. So when you are deputy minister, you are restricted to what you're doing. You cannot encroach into other ministerial tax unless you are.
Or you cannot deny that those cars came in by way of the government owned. Or you cannot deny that those cars came in only for a company as they own the car. You don't know. You just saying that some of them.
I don't know that fact. I can't deny or agree to it.
Again, the Honorable Salif Raftadat, we appreciate your time on Spoon Talk. As always, man, you've been running from us, but it's good that we catch you today. You're always welcome back.
No, I wasn't running. It's just that there was too many things going on, and I have to put a lot of things in place. Anyway, I got to run. Stanton, thanks for having me.
How are you, Honorable?
Yes. Thanks to everybody on the planet, on the platform. You guys were the question was probing, but I enjoy every bit of it. I want to do more of this. I want to have a personal relationship with everybody because my leadership comes with humility. I need all the advice I can get. I'm not I don't have a cookie cutter approach to everything. I don't know everything. If I say that, then I will be living in a utopian world. So I'm open to all suggestions when it makes sense, when it fit into what we're trying to do. We'll be more than willing to do it. And that is not only for the panelists, it goes for the Liberian people. If you have an issue, try to get to us. I'm a public person. My numbers are public. Send me WhatsApp, send me text, and I will be more than happy to look into those issues. So thank you very much, guys. I will say, like we say in Bombing Baika, thank you all. My people in Bombing.
You say your number is public. Is that all three numbers or only one?
Minister,
I got to answer my question. I beg you. Is that all three numbers or only one?
Stand up.
I got three numbers for you.
Okay. I got two numbers registered in my name.
Quickly, Minister.
During the campaign, we're on all kinds of things. We are all kinds of numbers. That campaign.
The Bureau of Transport Management, is that an agency under your control, and is there excess capacity or excess resources that are not being put into productive use?
Okay, Bureau of Transport Management. Okay, so the company came and said
that's the last question. We tell you that that's the very last question. Yeah.
Okay, they said they have a concession, but on the record, we don't see a concession. They went to court, they lost the case. The Supreme Court said they didn't have no they didn't have no jurisdiction. The lower court had no jurisdiction. The lower court had no jurisdiction. The lower court pushed it to the Supreme Court. It's before the court now to decide. I cannot be in contempt by speaking on that matter. But what I do know is that the Ministry of Transport is the only authority in the 15 subdivisions that is responsible for land, air, sea, transmodal, intermodal, and multimodal forms of transportation. That's what I do know. And we have the authority to enforce two laws, actually three: the Axolo law, the vehicle traffic law, and then the insurance law. That's why we're close to doing, and we're doing that effectively. Anything else on the outside, we don't comment on that. We don't know about that.
Thank you very much, sir. Have a good night.
You too,
We
guys.
appreciate it. Yes, sir. Thank you. We want to appreciate Salif Raf Tala, a beautiful show, quiet show. Again, it was good that we ended on that note. Thank you for bringing that up, Isaac. Folks were asking about that library transfer management. It's in court. We just couldn't dig more into it. But I like the fact that we brought about the Findabundle Gracious Ra. One of the person that kept quiet when we were asking about Gracious Ra Findabundle was Paul Kennedy. I don't know why he was so quiet, but we're going to let it be. I want to say again, we appreciate everyone on this set. Guys, we received, and I will share with you guys the contract, the agreement between CTN and the Republic of Liberia. It is embarrassing. We do not have time right now to go into them, but it is totally embarrassing. We are talking about, as if this thing will hurt your head. We are talking about around between 14 to 25 million United States dollars. Not a dime came to the government. I want to share the paper. I want you guys to go into it. And I want us to talk about it tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday. I really want us to dive into it. I'm begging everyone. It is important. You want us to take you off while you speak to the minister, that Bopla? Yeah, I see that you're hitting your head. Let's take you off. We'll bring you back. You know that's a hustle in town. You got to get some of your consultancy, Dr. Bopla. But again,
so when anybody talk to official, then they hustling. Okay, I want to talk to no government official again.
I was messing with you guys. But again, let me say this. I am so frustrated seeing that these people come in blended, bring in the company, take a huge amount of money and run and leave Liberia people dry. The CTM trouble is one of the biggest in town right now. We will share the document. We will put the thing in the chat room. Please go through the contract and see what, since 2018. Since 2018, the same thing with MedTech. MedTech came in 2021. And they have never given money to the Liberian government. On that note, we discussed further, just real quick because we're about to close. We discussed the issue about the money issue yesterday, how they printed new money. As you can see on this document, 7.53 billion were printed, authorized by President Joseph Yema Boakai through the Minister of State, Minister Sylvester Graceful, authorizing J. Aloysius Stalu Jr. to go ahead and print the money. Aloysius Stalu Jr., he is the bank governor, honorable executive governor. As per the legislature that was passed last year, he said, as an outcome of the meeting held with the president on April 9, 2024, at the executive mansion, the central bank is hereby mandated to proceed with the printing of remaining Liberian dollars, banknotes, using the previously approved signature specimen on file. It was confirmed of the meeting that the balance amount to be printed in 2024 is 7.53 billion. So we just needed to make that correction because it's important for us to do so. We were talking about this, and thank God that they were able to share with us this document. So President Boakai followed the procedure from last year authorization and asked Aloysius Stalu to carry on the printing of 7.53 billion Liberian dollars, and it was done. Another thing came up, those that die in Kenjol. We'd like to share this. Please take the picture. We'll take this thing down. I've asked James to put this thing on our pages out there. They were awarded 5,000 each. We had 3 deaths in Kenjol. When Gregory Kuma came, and we brought over the story, they said they talked to the people. But as you can see the information, the president concurred with your recommendation that the government contribute US 5,000 each to family of the 3 veterans of the total of 15,000. So the 3 veterans that died, each of them have 5,000 each. It means the president agreed, and they say we are in receipt of the letter. You can take on which one you want to talk about. I'll just share this document. We are in receipt of your letter regarding the violent protest action that occurred at Kenjol, Grand Cape Mount County on February 28, 2024, resulting to the death of 3 citizens. So each family member, granted, they gave them 5,000 each, total 15,000. I don't know if this closed the case. And that's the question people are asking. You gave them 5,000 just to bury. You gave them 5,000 to just close the case. Whatever, that's information that Bureau will decide. The last thing we want to point out here today, there's a communication out there which is very important. The communication come by way of women pay needs some clarification. Okay. On this document, I think I have shared this document. If not, I will share everything. Seeking legal opinion advice on the attached self-explanatory copies of exchanges between the Executive Mansion and the Ministry of Lands, Mines, and Energy. Now, I'm going to share this for you to read. It's just a long to read. Raymond Pay wrote the Justice Minister on this one. He's saying, those people that receive lesson under George Manawia government for 6 years, they believe they receive lesson illegally under some kind of scam. Can we take the lesson back from them? My brother Paul Kennedy from Bapudu, he got so many people that are working, they have received lesson. Can we take the lesson away from them and issue new lesson legally? Can I have some clarification, Mr. Minister? That's the content of this letter. I'm going to stop. We got so many documents to share, but I'm going to stop here for us to close on it because it is late. I'm going to start with Dr. Richardson. Talk to us. We have 3 important letters we put out today. Which one you want to talk about? And let's close the show, man. Dr. Richardson? We're not hearing you, Dr. Richardson.
Thank you. I was trying to be the Ava.
Chicken woman.
Look at you. Look at you. The HNIC for chicken is calling me cheap.
Come on.
Anyway, you know, I need to go over the letters again. I was just surprised to see Crispin name on the letter that you showed us that he was.
Did I put it in the chat room though? I did, right?
Yeah, I just have to digest it. It just came so fast. I mean, I was surprised to see Crispin name ordering Talu to print the money, and he was kind of following in the footstep of the previous government that was that also printed money. I just was looking to put a halt on that. I felt like coming to the government, I would have put a halt on that to make sure things were a little bit settled, that I saw my way clear before I would have just kind of followed another government's path. But again, I need to read the letter more closely, and then I can make a better opinion about that. As for King Joe, $5,000 loss of life, it's a tough one for me. So I'm going to just hold my thought about that too. But $5,000 loss of life based on what you said is hard. I wanted to say, it was a good informative show with the Minister of Transportation here. He said a lot of things are in the works. He's talking about decentralization, which I liked the most because at least that would stop people from having to come to Monrovia for everything. He talked about making sure that the railroad, especially the one from Silamita to Buchanan, from Nima to Buchanan, is a multi-purpose use, which is, I think, would be a good thing. I remember it being multi-purpose use before as a child. I think people used to take the railroad from Nima to Buchanan as a child. I just remember having friends take that route. We also talk about, I was just wondering if they could possibly make the railroad for bum mines, if the government could work on that. I know this was just our closing, but I'll be sure. If the government could work on federalizing that railroad system from bum mines to Monrovia, and make it a multi-purpose use as well, so that people could bring their goods through that avenue. I like for the price to go down when you have to fly from Jane Spring, Spain airport to Harper or Sando or Lofa. The price is very high. I would tell people I tried flying one of these times I was in Monrovia and to Maryland, and it was high. It was very, very high. I also want to say I just got contacted by Senator Dillon, and when we started the show, we're talking about what he said today, Stanton. He said that he did ask people who were involved in political parties to resign. he didn't want anyone to be in political management and still be in government. And he did say that. He did say that on his radio station today. And I just wanted to clarify that. I did ask about the other people, like, for example, Luther Tappet and Amos Swear. And he said that they didn't have to have, they were not confirmed. They didn't come before him. So that's why he wasn't part of them. But he did say that that does not mean that they need to break the law, because obviously, they were part of a political management team, and yet they took positions. So I just wanted to see that did get back to me to clarify his views on that. So just to clear the air about that. Thanks, everybody. Great.
Thank you very much, Dr. Francine Special Chinwe Richardson. Thank you. Let's finish with the females. Peggy Glennie.
All righty. So, concerning the driving, I know I was late, so I wasn't able to really catch on to everything the minister said. It's kind of, I hope maybe I'm misquoting him, that we have people that do the driving test, but they don't do the practical. I don't know how that works, that you take a test, but you're not sure that they're able to drive on the road. I think that's something that they need to look into. I think the question that Fatima asked was a brilliant question, but I also want them, when they consider to do that to the young children in school, I hope it will be free, because the parents can't afford tuition, and then you're going to ask them to pay for driving. This is safety. This is something that they can offer to people who get up to 12th grade as an incentive, and teach them how to drive, to be able to promote safety in our country. It's something that they need to look into, so that people don't just jump out, take the test and pass, and you don't even know if they can get on the road to drive. And so when I'm hearing about the letters Stanton just talked about, I don't even know how to react to them. It's concerning, it's alarming, because if you have a new, and I don't know how this works in the government or how it should work, but if you had a previous government who's no longer in power, a previous pro tem who's no longer there, a previous speaker who's no longer there, and now you're going, and if it's based on the information, Graceman is saying it's okay to go ahead and print the money based on what legislative enactment. I mean, it's alarming to say that we're doing this and we're hearing about it, and I will hope that our House of Representatives and the Senate will look into this, because this is serious. If money was already agreed on before, if they didn't take care of it, then it means that they needed to review it before going and saying, okay, go ahead. I don't know what we keep hearing. Grisby, and the name is like he's the flying saucer in the government, and nothing is happening. As far as it relates to the people in Kinjoy and the $5,000, I hope that gives them satisfaction, because if something wrong happened, then what? If these people, if there were people there who actually murder people or something happened, and you think $5,000 suffice it, and you just let it go, and this is the thing, is almost like, I hate to say the 100 days is over, but I hate to say all of these things we're hearing is almost like we don't have the right to clarification from the government or to address some of these things. And I think that's wrong. Whether it's true or false, if these things are out there in the public, the government needs to address them. They owe it to their citizens to talk about it. It's just concerning to me to hear some of the things I'm hearing from those three aspects of it. I don't understand. Hopefully we'll get some truth and we'll hear more about it.
So Glennie, the printing of the money, the lawmakers signed that document last year. Okay, so they printed the money in phases, right? This part, because Joseph Walker won, he had the authority to tell the central bank, say, print the remaining money. Jowiah did it last year. If Jowiah won, he was going to just continue through. So the law was already passed. The lawmakers gave the blessing already. You understand? It was just left with the president now to say, okay, we reached the time frame, print it. But they will print more money down the line because they're doing it as per session. So that's what happened now. Grisby, being that he's a minister of state, he was authorized by the president to say, tell the central bank governor to go ahead with the printing.
But is that the process? Is that the process?
Yes, that's the process. When John Ware was in power, he asked Nathaniel McGill to carry it on. So it's nothing fishy about it. Now, people were saying some money you were off, some money back, Continual One Mason. But we were able to get all the documents, all 15 Continual were accounted for. They're all good. They're all unique. Nothing went missing. So that's good. But I agree with you on this real quick. How can you pay $5,000 on somebody, on a Liberian person that got killed? $5,000 is the settlement for somebody's life in Liberia. But let's bring in Fatima.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question before Fatima comes in quickly, Fatima?
Go right ahead.
So even though that the president appears to have had the legal rights to ask Grisby to print the money, did he have to? Especially when he just got in power, that was my concern. My thought was like, I would just pause a little bit, get a sense of how things are going, and then maybe you say, okay, I'm going to order the money. But I just feel like it was just autopilot.
So the printing company have a schedule.
Oh, okay.
That in the month of April, we'll be printing this batch. That in the month of July, we'll be printing this batch. They had a schedule already set in place.
Nope,
so whether you have President Peter Brown or you have Mary Paul, whoever the president is, they have to go through. But then the president in place have to authorize the bank governor and say, go ahead. Because the lawmakers have given the final approval to a sitting president. So Joseph Barker was using that constitutional right as president to mandate. When you hear Grisby name, it's just because he's Minister of State. It's not Grisby that asking for the printing of money. So it's a good clarification. Then come to Fatima. The death issue, you from Cape, my man. Talk to us, man. $5,000 for one Liberian life?
I don't think no amount of money will be equal to a human life. I really don't think. I think that $5,000 is an insult to the people of Sinje and to our VAR people. I just think the president should look at it again. That is not, no amount of money at this point would be equivalent to any human life. So from that perspective, I don't even want to think about it. When I saw it, I was a little pissed off. I would like to speak on some other things, though, as it pertains to this government and governing in Liberia. The thing that I'm so proud of is that we're able to sit here and criticize a government. We're able to call our leaders in government, our ministers, our officials to come here and talk about government, something that we never saw in the last 6 years. If it was not a praise team where people went and sat and praised each other, it never happened. So Liberian people, we are happy that today Spoon is able to hold people accountable, and our viewers are able to hold us accountable to an extent. The next thing I'm proud of is that the government, what we expect things to be, is not there. But at least people are not being they are not being stepped on. People have the mind to speak, to express themselves, to voice out their disagreements. A whole minister came here and sat and said, we'll look into things. I was reading the comments and some people say, me and Dr. Richardson always comparing America to Liberia. That is not the case. There is something called a rite of passage to make people feel like, you know what, I'm growing up, I'm a little bit responsible. In America, they do teach in schools. Okay, children do get their permit, their first driver's permit from the 9th grade and the 10th grade. And then they will, before they graduate, and they will take the test in high school. This saves the government a lot because in high school in America is usually free. And then when they come out, they can take in 12th grade. By the time they come out of high school, they will have their driver's licenses. This shows a child that I'm responsible, even at home. I'm not saying Liberian people can afford to buy cars for their children. That's not what I'm saying. Liberian children and American children, there is no difference. The only difference is that our country continue to be in poverty and let just the 1% of the people enjoy. And we are here to voice out and make people to be aware that everybody, the liberalization process that we've been talking about, is being part of your own economy, letting the private sector expand, making sure that government looks out for their people too. So we're just here, I'm not the one I will be singing praises all day. I'm not going to be here this weekend. I'm of course going to Atlanta tomorrow night to try to see the president. There are some things that we're not feeling. There are some things that we have disagreements about, but I want us to be happy that we're even able to stand and speak to our president and to speak to our leaders. It's never happened. Never happened.
Thank you.
So, Liberian people, we are begging you a little bit more patience, a little bit more open mind, and we'll make sure that we take our country back and move a future forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to go to Dr. Brooklet because he got to go home. He stayed in studio. Dr. Brooklet, please, can you do your closing, sir? Can they unmute you, Dr. Brooklet?
1 second. They're going to
You're
let
good,
me.
sir.
Okay, there you go. So I just want to say to Dr. Richardson's point about public transport, I think that would be great. We did have that though back in the day because I live in Buchanan, went to school in Yickapa, and we had those rails were available also with public transport. I asked the minister a specific question about the goals, and I was disappointed that he vacillated and didn't answer my question and said something to the effect that we got to stay within the confines of the president's goal or something like that. The president said big picture. He's the president of the whole republic. So you're not going to talk about every single thing they do in the Ministry of Transport. I was disappointed. I told the minister, especially having served for 6 years as deputy, there plenty of time to not only come with knowledge, information, but a sense of vision. So I hope moving forward we'll see more visionary leaders. Don't just tell us where we are. Tell us where we can be. But what I want to say, CEO, about the three things you share is what others have talked about. The three persons, the three families who receive $5,000. You can't pay for a life. But I'm extremely disappointed. When government officials die, you can be all the way across the world. They fly you home. They pay for your burial. That's plenty of money. On these trips where we have all the unnecessary people who don't make the long list, $5,000, you fly them, you get them per dime a day. So to give $5,000 to the poor people, when you spend $56 for the people who got means, the government official, it's heartbreaking. But I hope moving forward we'll see less, quite frankly, of this kind of violence that leads to the loss of life.
Thank you very much, sir. Paul Kennedy.
Yeah, I'm glad that we had the opportunity. The Minister of Transport before us. A couple of things that I was really trying to get from him, and I think Abba even came and followed up on the same question. The integration of the data on registered vehicles and driver licenses and operators of vehicles in link with what the police would do. And let me just come back to what I really mean. The Liberian Transport Ministry will not be able to actually hog down every car in the street as long as all of those cars are not in the database and integrated into the police system. The police is empowered to be on the street every minute. The police have more interaction with vehicles moving than the transport minister. The transport ministry. Very sudden do you see transport ministry personnel on the street, and whenever they do, they come there for a certain particular operation in a certain period of time and leave. What I thought this minister was going to tell me was, look, Paul, listen, we have had 1 or 2 meetings with the police. In fact, we have a consultant or we have somebody in-house who is developing a database that when your car is registered, that registration information go to the police. And for our own in-house arrangement, we are marking specific areas of resident base to be able to tie it to operators of vehicles. Because until that is done, you're not going to be able to have a unique identifier of people who are operating vehicles in this country. And to have that question he asked, when that vehicle registration expire, until somebody comes to tell you the vehicle registration expire, you will never be able to track it or know it. So I think that you put some more money on making sure the database is effective and interlinked with what the police has, because the police is actually the enforcer of moving violations and equipment flying in the streets. I think Fatima point of doing the rites of passage for 16-year-old to come in America. When I come back to America, I will have a car. My wife will have a car. My daughter has a car. So just in my household, we have 3 cars. In Liberia, you gotta be 20 in a house. Maybe one person will have car among the 20 persons. So while your idea is a good idea that we should begin to introduce driving and safety, vehicle traffic safety to high schools, that is going to cost money. I'm thinking that money should be deferred to making sure that those few of us who are already capable of driving and are in the street to have that money should be used on them. Like, for example, you don't do driving test. You go and sit down in the transport ministry, you get a license, and you walk away. I think they have improved a little bit because they asked me to do eye test. I did my eye test and I went and got license. Whether I've been driving before, whether I know how to drive, or nobody asked me any question. I sat down, did my eye test, they took my license, they put it in my pocket, I walk away. So I think there's a lot has to be done, and the minister is fighting his way to answer questions smartly, which I really have some respect for him on that. But there are just too many things that are not in place. Until he can realize that those things are not in place, I don't think he's going to go far, because he's being a minister. I'm not going to take it easy with this minister. This minister has been a minister for 6 years. He's not a new minister coming to say he's learning anything. He's been sitting as the deputy minister for administration in 6 years. In fact, he's the chief administrator of the ministry and then became a minister. So there's a lot of information he has, and hitting the ground, he just will be running, going. So I was not really impressed by most of the questions he answered. He flung around, he dodged all my questions. He never answered. I even had to reiterate my questions like twice before he came around, and again he dodged it. So let's leave him, and maybe we'll bring him another time. We'll ask him some more questions. But I don't want to talk about the sensitive issue in King George. Death and the kind of mining operations that are going on in this country has to be revisited by the legislature. Everybody is coming trying to sign a pen and sending mining. Bapolo is a victim of the kind of illicit mining that's going on. Some of the people dying in Bapolo every day are not even numbered. There are some deaths that are going on reported. And why I have a really sweet statement about what's going on around, how people are suffering and dying, I really don't want to, have a say, because $5,000 is what you give to people, but then again, because of poverty, when the people agreed and they have a gentleman conversation and they agree that they will accept $5,000 from government, I don't think they were coerced to take the $5,000. Why government supposed to have a moral responsibility to actually say this money is not worth giving to people? If the people sit down and agree to $5,000, that's where we come in. I think people should do a lot of sensitization. There'll be a civil society group telling people a lot of people in the country, they don't know their rights. I mean, it is sad, and I know it because I went from town to town, village to village in Bapolo, trying to engage people on why they even vote. There are a lot of the people who voted on, they say, we got to vote because I'm taking a voting card, I can use it to do mobile money. They really don't know why vote, and some of them don't have their rights. They don't know their rights. So civil society has a part to play. If these people know their rights and value, nobody will be settling for $5,000. But under the law, if you want to settle for $5,000 and they give it to you, that is clear. You can't go back and say, oh, because spoon talk, so I will come back and try to change the $5,000 to ask for $100,000. And then finally, the Liberians have to do more on engaging and reporting issues. The Ministry of Information had to communicate effectively on some of the things that are going on to the Liberian people. A lot of the government that come here, they don't tell us what to expect. So as citizens, we speculate where there is not a regular information going to the population. The people are going to sit down and just speculate on a whole lot of things, and you can't hold them responsible for that. So I think those of you who have friends in the government, especially in the
Even the internet time, we're plenty talking.
I tell you.
Go ahead, Asifa. Even the internet time, man. This is just closing. This is just closing.
Can I get it, man? Can I get it? Can I get it, man?
I said, go ahead, remember, we gotta go before the man come by. I said, go ahead. Real quick.
Okay. No, look, transport has been underserved in our country, really underserved in so many different ways. And anybody who has traveled out of the country can see all that reflection in just how they engage the system, the lack of accountability, the lack of systems, the lack of resources to actually do the work, the unavailability of different modes of transportation. He rattled off all those different modes, but how many are really in effect? There's the overlap with, I believe, maritime is supposed to handle all the waterways and everything like that. I don't know what the transport minister is responsible for or ministry is responsible for when it comes to the waterways. And just the monitoring of the waterways and making them effective. Like you go into the Mesurado River, the Do River, the debris, the trash that just clogging the waterway. They talk about water taxes in the national transport plan, but we haven't seen anything of that nature go into effect. Most of our government ministries should be kind of regulators instead of trying to be money makers, and it should be generating revenue through many of those regulations and stuff like that. But they want to control all the revenue generation, which for some reason translates into corruption, lack of accountability, and everything like that. I mean, this man just got there, so I'm not saying specifically him, right? But I'm saying the vision for the future should be transformed now into how can we transform this system digitally. The amount of forms. I saw a picture the other day with people at the Ministry of Transport, probably trying to get driver license or something. The crowd, the volume of people. How can you have any kind of operation like that going? You go to any kind of motor vehicle, there's some ticketing system, there's some online form system that you can triage people and they can be provided service in a more reasonable time. Everybody don't have to physically come there. And that's the whole issue of decentralization too. But when they decentralize, what are they decentralizing to? What are the services that will be available? What is the connectivity that will be there? What is the system that will integrate all across the entire country along with other agencies and ministries that need access to that information? The fundamental thing we need, national identification. Where are we? What is the role of transport in trying to, support the national identification registry that everybody can be identified, which is easy for them to access when anybody comes to get their driver license, they can bounce it against that system and stuff. So there's just a whole bunch of things that we need to do right, that it seems like there's no interagency collaboration around these things. But hopefully they can get there. Like I've been saying, it's just only a few months so far. So let's see how they progress. But they need a lot of brainstorming together as different ministers, different agencies coming together to find solutions, because all these things overlap and touch each other. Let me get off the stage.
Asifa talked about very, very on point. Thank you very much. Mr. Samuel Jackson, and then I will go last.
Yeah, I'm very disappointed tonight, but I would speak to the issue you want to talk about, but I have a burning desire, burning issue. Okay. On the payment of $5,000, and this is going to shock many of you. Those families are celebrating. Sadly, they're celebrating, and they will have confusion within the family about the divisibility of that money. That's just the way Liberia is. I have seen it so many times where people get hit by a car and they go to the family and give them $1,000, and they like, or people are even murdered. This is the country, sadly, that we come from, where human life has, for lack of a better word, no value.
No value. A fact.
No value. No value. No value. I have seen, where somebody was killed in Logantown. I'm connected to this family, and the murderer family went and paid off the victim's family, and they took the matter out of court. This is the country. We're just above prehistoric, and that is the tragedy of our country. Where in the 21st century we living like cave people. And I hope for the sake of your generation you can do better by that. The second thing is we'll talk about is Shirley Tyler. I think he was very disingenuous. He spent 6 years, and he wants to disclaim responsibility after spending 6 years. What was he getting? A salary and not being part and parcel of the operational system in the ministry? I mean, I don't want to be controversial to give him a hard time, but to come here and to say to us that you were a deputy in the Ministry of Transport for 6 years and you did nothing. And then you're talking about the bathroom that the Turkish ambassador or some ambassador is going to come, and you didn't do anything in 6 years? Something as simple and simplistic and as easy, where you can go on a Saturday and take a cleaning crew to clean up the bathroom and scrub the thing and sanitize it, and you're going to come 6 years later and pretend. And the only reason why he got his job, he probably highly educated and he's got expertise, but there's a political arrangement with his brother. Clearly, that's just a fact. It's just a fact. Last thing, I'm very disappointed that many times the things that we say here, I don't know because it's my voice or because I appear arrogant or I appear like I know a lot, so people get angry with me. I told you on the asset recovery, the Finabonda thing, the process of discovery was not pursued. There were people on this platform saying these cars were donated by the Japanese government and that they were not registered. People said that on this platform. And when I tried to give the counter argument, they politicized it like, I don't know Finabonda. I don't have no dealing with her. But the social equity in a society is extremely important. Those people who you win and you're the vanquished, you still give them a degree of equity and decency to live in the society. Okay. Third thing, I said to you all a few weeks ago, when this whole hula baloo was coming about, Gregory Coleman making this dogmatic statement that no pimping rider would come. I said, this is arrant nonsense. Complete. There's no way you can take tens of thousands of motorcyclists from the streets of Monrovia without a coordinated plan, stakeholder consultation over an extended period of time. And then this minister comes here again and say they will require who's going to be buying helmets in Labrador to ride motorcycle? And you say they have until the 15th. That is so idiotic. Where the motorcycle will get money from to buy helmets to this the 9th, 6 days from now? That's another controversy that they will have to backpedal again. They have to backpedal again. So how can you not know the society you live in and you want to govern their society? That's why the people feel like this is the foreign government that has been imposed upon them by the fear of democracy. This is democracy, but it is the tyranny of the majority because there's a lot of foreign confluence interest from this government. They don't understand the society. They don't understand society. That's why people like Charles Taylor won with 80%. And that's why George Weah won with 60%. because the political elite class in the country had no understanding of the psyche of the Liberian people and the common understanding of the political economy. That's why. And on the 15th, nobody will have helmet. I dare you. You cannot enforce it. It's unenforceable because of the current circumstances in the country. So we want helmets. Mom Mary was taking her 2 children to school. She will go buy a helmet? Just stop it, man. We need to fix it. Safety is important. But in this kind of situation, we have to go in a methodical way and do it in a period of time that is practicable. So you want to use education, learn your people. Thank you very much. God bless you, and I love all of you.
Thank you very much, Uncle Jackson. I want to say, let me address the fact that I'm very, very disappointed in the decision to give 5,000 to those that died while the investigation was going on. Okay? I'm very disappointed. I mean, somebody will say we helped them to bury their loved ones. Okay. But there was an investigation. The result that came up, conclusion to that investigation, and here we go offering 5,000. Uncle Sam, you're quite correct. People were celebrating 5,000. But like Paul said, because of ignorance. Our people perish because of lack of knowledge. And that's exactly what's happening.
I read that somewhere. Yeah.
That's exactly what's happening. The senators, the representatives, they are not helping our people. They are not at all. It's bad. We have to come to some form of understanding. Whether you're sedition, or you're from Unity Party or any party, we are all Liberian. $5,000. Let's just give it to them. Read the letter. Somebody make the recommendation. It was very clear. Sylvester Crispy was just going through exactly and said, listen, this is it over here. We are in receipt of your letter regarding the protest action that occurred at Kenjo. So somebody wrote down. Councilor Toy wrote down. So Sylvester Grisby is replying, Councilor Toy. The president concurred. So President Joseph Yiban Barker is fully aware that they will be given 5,000. He agreed. The Minister of Finance has been accordingly directed to source the funding. And this verse saying. So they called Burma Kamara and said, get the people 5,000 each. Where it coming from? How you getting to them? The lawmaker going to question that one. They get money aside. So Uncle Sam, so we have money aside for death emergency? So we call the finance minister?
This is ad hocism at its crudest.
But so let me, Uncle Sam, I beg you. So most of y'all miss this because I'm asking the question. I read this thing over and over, and I begin to ask, and I want Liberians to understand the reason why we're sharing this. Do we have an emergency fund somewhere? Can a senator again tell us that if somebody died, like what happened in Kenjo, you can just tell Boma Kambara, go in that emergency fund and take money? Do we have anything, can somebody help me? I'm serious.
Let me tell you, as somebody who's working government, there is no policy. This is just pay as you go system, what I call ad hocism. They just feel bad.
So Stanton, even if there's a disease outbreak, even if there's a disease outbreak.
After Uncle Sam, hold on a minute.
I'm saying to you, there is no written system or policy concerning death, either the government for or government wants to commiserate with the family. It depends upon the personal conscience of the political leader in power. That's it.
Wow.
When big people die, they give them $25,000, $30,000 to somebody to go take the body from India and bring it, and they give the family the money. Okay? But when poor people die, they feel 5,000 is what they deserve. It's a matter of the psyche.
Let's hear Paul real quick, and let me conclude because we got to go. Paul, you were saying something?
I was going to say we operate on a cash-based economy. Stand on. Even if there was a disease outbreak here tonight, and you have 50 people, infected or more, and the outbreak is raging in one part of the country, government does not have a money sitting somewhere that they will give to emergency organizations to say, go be responding until we can sit down to figure out what's going on. I'm talking about
understand that, Paul. My question is, do we have, Paul, my question is, do we have a system in place? I'm not saying that, okay, the government get emergency. Do we have a system legally in place? Legally. To say that these people die.
You have the NDMA. You have, so by law, you have the NDMA, the National Disaster Management Agency, that's supposed to have the authority to intervene in these issues.
So it didn't happen because over here we have FEMA. FEMA will go around and collect data and take care of the situation.
Exactly.
Okay?
So the FEMA, so the NDMA is the counterpart to FEMA in the US. You are right. So NDMA,
so who's also be responsible now to help those families? Why is the president now agreeing, say, Sylvester, go ahead, send a letter to Justice Minister and call Boma Cabrera, let he allocate some funds, 15,000, we're getting 5,000 each. It's illegal. We'll leave that for those that listen to us. Again, that's why Spoon is important. That's why we are here every day to discuss the issue. No one will go to see this document. This document was under the hush-hush, but we bring it up to educate our fellow Liberians. And I will say this though, the printing of the money, that so many people are concerned, is legal. I mean, there's nothing wrong with this one. We share for people to understand that it was 7.53 billion Liberian dollars were printed. All right, more money going to come. They're going to print more. And I want to say the CTM thing you guys asking for, I'm begging you guys, give us up to tomorrow. I want my folks, everybody here, to read the CTM document and take their own 2 cents from in there because it's bad.
Scandalous. Not bad. It is scandalous.
Yeah. Thank you, but it's so worse that if people, and I spoke to the lady. Her name is Aminata. I spoke to her. She sent me, she said, happy birthday, Stanton. All right. But again, I'm telling her, come and defend your company. I'm a very open person. Come and defend your company. Let Liberian people hear you. Because for me, I will say like I see it. But it's something troubling right there on CTN. So I told her, I mean, come to Spoon. You're welcome to come any day. Let's bring you on the show. Her name is Aminata. But that company is hiding something. Millions of dollars. I will share this with you real quick. They said that's the payment they've been making. When we reach out to the government said they have not been making a damn payment. So then who been eating the money out of Tuba? That's what we always talk about. The same thing with how you call your people Ava, what's the guy named Medtech? Who been eating the money?
Who been receiving that money?
Who been receiving the money? She says she make up to $25 million as per her agreement. Oh, you don't see nothing yet. Let me put this real quick. Let me just put it up real quick. And, and if she making this payment, who she been making the payment to?
Well, what bank account she deposited it to?
Yes. These are our questions. These are our questions. All right. So just forgive us. I have to share this, folks. I have to share it before we leave. I want you to just take a note of it because we'll be discussing them more tomorrow. Come early. We'll be discussing them more. And also want to announce that we'll be bringing out the rubber farmers. The rubber farmers will be coming on because that one the story is so crazy. Wildfire Zone doing us this way, and they're working with Jetty, and who are the people involved that controlling the rubber farmers. We want to bring them and we want to talk to them. So again, folks, support Spoon. This is your network. This for you. It's not for Glennie that come as she feel like. No, it's not. She can never own this radio station. She and Abba can try, and Dr. Richardson, they cannot take it to Mr. Cummings. That's their plan. We have heard that. That's the plan.
So are you telling us somebody else? You want to take the station? Somebody else?
But
they want to take the station. That's a
Let me just say something, man, so I can quote.
Hold on 1 minute. They want to take the station of Mr. Cummings. It will not work. They are trying hard. I see Mr. Cummings all on it, but it will not work. But guys,
you want to hear something funny?
After this, Uncle Sam, this is CTM Global Tracking and Maritime Solution, right? Listen, schedule of CTM lesson fee composition from 2018, year one. This woman get a contract, up to what? 2032. You gotta be afraid.
Yep.
It's there.
I'd be gone.
Listen to this. She get a contract to the next election when you have Prince Johnson running again. That once your contract will be over. There you go. Year one. Look at all the amount. 25 million. From 2018 to 2032. The woman says she only allowed to pay 25 million. You know how much money the woman have been generated since 2018? I really want somebody to understand where we are as a nation. The only thing they agree that she paid, year one, 45,000. You are making $14 million every year or so, more. But they say you will do only 45,000.
Can you imagine?
And for 2018, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. For 14 years, the woman can only get Liberia government 25 million.
Can you imagine?
No. Yeah.
14 years. And this is exactly what Samuel Jackson called poor nationwide. Samuel Jackson, your book again?
Rich land, poor country.
Rich land, poor country. But I would say rich land, poor people.
Well, I'm changing the title.
But you see,
rich land, stupid people. Rich land, stupid people.
This is part of the document we want to share with you tomorrow. We want to dive and talk about CTN, the Global Tracking and Maritime Solution Company, that have agreed to give our country for 15 good years, 25 million. And every year they make over $14 million.
So out of the 14 million every year, she's only going to get 1.7 million.
Yes.
Out of the 14 million, she gets 1.785 million.
Can you imagine?
Thank you, Paul Kennedy. And she even make more than 14 million. And we have sent an invitation to her to come and explain to the Liberian people why she was kicked out of Freetown. To come and explain to the Liberian people why she thinks she deserves to receive over 14 million and gave Liberia only 1 million a year. For 15 years, gave Liberia only 25 million and walk away. Do the math now. 15 times 14 million. I want you to print it out. We get a whole contract, we get a whole agreement, we'll share with you tomorrow. And Liberian, you need to decide if President Joseph Yeman Boakai will keep this company. Now, I don't think the president was faithful to the Liberian people on his campaign. Seriously. So when we talk about this, when we talk about medtech, you don't allow us to get into medtech. Your stomach will be running. You will go to the bathroom. On that note, we want to say this is a very important time in our country. We must fight with everything we have to achieve everything we must receive. With God above, our right to prove, we shall over all prevail. We will. Whether with Joseph Boakai or the next president, by the grace of God, we will. Whether John Banawea was there, he lied to us, he failed us. We're hoping and depending on President Boakai. If President Boakai failed, Liberia will remain and will still fight. Add 6 years to your life, and you'll still have a fighting chance.
I don't think so. Samuel Jackson will not have enough fighting.
Samuel Jackson will have a President Joseph Boakai can have a fighting chance. Samuel Jackson will have a fighting chance.
My 4 years old, so don't mind me.
So at the end of the day, I just want to say, folks, do not be discouraged. Do not lose hope. Even if President Joseph Boakai failed us, Liberia will remain and we will fight. But I know he will try to give of foreign business, somebody from different country, free money, while our people suffering and they are dying. May God help us. Dr. Richardson, thank you. Uncle Sam Jackson, as always, thank you. Glennie, my sister, thank you for coming back. And I hope the surveyor grade you guys are. Ava, thank you. Fatima, thank you. Glennie, all the overtime money you make, you must pay some because you didn't stay there for nothing. This is America, they pay you overtime. Paul Kennedy, you know how that work. You stay there up to 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, you leave 5 o'clock in the morning, you went back. Triple time, double time. You must pay.
I want to ask Dr. Richardson, what she tell that earring for? I want to buy one for my wife. It's too far.
Dr. Richardson, stand down.
I was saying that
when the raw people coming,
yeah, you must say that to me, man.
I was
Oh, guys, I beg you guys. I know you want to say something, Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson, I promise they don't want us to show the 30-second video. I beg you, Dr. Richardson.
Yes,
30 seconds.
that's what I was going to.
Because let me show it. But I think yes, sir, let the people listen to it. I beg you.
I'm in charge of inter-party affairs of the Unity Party, so I'm responsible to make sure that all of our Unity Party Alliance members are covered under this arrangement.
When you are confirmed, the code of conduct says at your level, you should not be involved with party management when you resign.
Yes, that is something that can be considered, but again, it has to come after confirmation.
That's it. Should you be considered?
That is something that can be considered.
You are under obligation to do it, not by consideration. It is a mandate. You want to convince me that you will do it?
Yes, once we review the laws and they are that clear without any
it is as clear as in part 5, 8.8. It says, at your level, you should not be in political party management.
Senator, as I confirmed during my introduction, we are committed to upholding the different rules and laws of this country, and where explicitly provided by law, we are committed to ensuring that we live by those laws that are provided.
Thank you for answering my question.
I don't think she answered the question. I think they don't flop on that one. Again, if that video they don't want us to play, thank God we're going to have they don't one-on-one with the CEO on Sunday. I disagree with the senator. I think the senator played politics. For him to go on OK FM today and say he demanding and he will call names, I totally disagree with the senator. You had the power not to confirm till they resign. They were nominated. She seemed not to understand the code of conduct. You read it to her. You reminded her. She played with her answer. You should have told her, I will not confirm you till you resign. That's what the code of conduct required. Most of them say, I will declare my assets. Uncle Sam said it today. They promised the lawmaker they would declare the assets. Out of 500 and some more, 175 declare the assets. They're all working. How can Dillon go in OK FM and put his hand up and say, I am mad? No, Dillon, you are playing politics. And I hope to have you on Sunday because I disagree with you. This time around, you got to be fair with the people. The issue of confirmation, you all play games. When it came to the issue, you play the Liberian people. Don't act like veteran. Don't act like now you feel sorry for because you allow these people to go through. But you know what, my people? They don't know our senator. Let's wait for Sunday. He wanted me to play the video I played. I totally disagree with the law, and I think the law need to apologize to the Liberian people instead of playing the veteran in the Senate. He's not. He should have not confirmed her. Uncle Sam, you getting me? He should have said, no, I will not confirm you. I'm going to be a law-abiding senator. I'm going to remain on the code of conduct. You're going to resign. Come back tomorrow, and we'll carry on your confirmation hearing.
I have to give him credit because he brought up the issue. He wasn't just sitting there and allowing people who were involved in political management to just come and speak. So he asked the question, and now he reconsidered what happened after the confirmation because he realized that there are people still participating in political management and being in the government. And so now he's saying, I'm coming back stronger. So I have to give him. I know you're going to see him. You're going to have all the time to ask him questions. But I will say that, I mean, initially I thought he wasn't doing anything. But then I heard what he had to say from the tape. And I want to say that he did speak up.
Yes.
I wish he
Well,
had.
thank you very much, Asio. That's what makes Spoon Talk so unique. You and Glenny say he spoke
Yes.
up no again. Glenny, don't yell me, man. Glenny, I know where you're coming from. Go back to your hospital and go do overtime. Go back to your hospital and go do overtime, please. We hear this.
That bastard thing she's doing.
I know you miss me. You miss me, I know.
Can I just say, you know, Sam, Uncle Sam, I'll give you the website for Akata's earring. I want to say that today I want to shout out to my daughter who's graduating tomorrow from Temple University. I'm a proud mother right now. So I just wanted to say that I think that I would be not fair if I didn't recognize her tonight, because she gave her mommy's time for me to be here with you guys for multiple hours. So, Marcian, well done. I'm a proud mother as well.
Congratulations.
So what's the party? What's the party?
Congratulations.
Where you will go? Oh, asking for
party. What's the party? Dr. Richardson know that I will go there. What's the party, Dr. Richardson?
I got two daughters graduated this typical American children. They want the party together. So a party August 3rd. The other one party is July 6th. So we have two parties.
All right, by God's grace, we hope you remember to send us invitation. We'd love to be there. But today, I really want to send a shout out to somebody that I don't know, but she been trending, and I want to wish her a happy birthday. This is the individuals, Miss Kitty Kadi. I want to say, Kadi Port, happy birthday to you. Yes, I have never met you, but a lot of people saying good thing about you. You get the best restaurant. The best restaurant at the SKD complex. We want to say happy birthday to you, Madam Court. We will love you. We celebrate you. And on behalf of Spoon Talk, happy birthday. I can't wait to come and taste your cooking, to taste the goodness of your restaurant. But we celebrate you today. Happy, wonderful birthday. When Uncle Sam comes, please do not give me any free food when Uncle Sam get there. This is for me.
Always.
Yeah, Kadi will always give free food. Don't worry about that. Kadi will give
free food. I always get free food for her.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday to Mother
Berlin, yes, one of your followers sent message to us to please send a shout out to her daughter who graduated from Harvard University today in cybersecurity master's degree.
All right.
Her name is Tima Gapu. Congratulations, Tima. Well done.
Well done. And again, I want to say to everybody that's celebrating graduation, including Fatima family members, I want to say to every the other guy, he's so often. He's talking and interrupting up. He's so often. He can get jumbo when somebody talking and start interrupting. We want to say happy birthday to and happy graduation to Dr. Richardson's daughter. We want to say happy graduation. And I heard that anyway, I will ask for permission before I get that other announcement. My brother Abba, you get something to say because you totally off the conversation, bro.
Abba, what you say?
Let a Broad Street man talk. Go ahead.
You keep muting me. You just talking the whole time. Yeah. Today, that Freedom Day, that Freedom Talking Day. Glennie, I won't connect with that person with the masters in cybersecurity. Please.
Definitely.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, brother.
They're Broad Street ball.
Nelson, come on. Now come here,
yeah, but call me.
I got a special guest for you guys.
Wait. We are Dr. Richardson, we are not saying her.
We are here. We want to see the graduate. We are here.
Oh, thank y'all so much. I appreciate it.
Congrats.
Oh, that is graduate?
Yes.
Congrats. I like to be seen. You know how they are.
I heard that she brought her father handsomeness and wisdom. But you brought
Yes.
Y'all people
I'm gonna take my Hennessy. I see you.
Good night. Leave that Hennessy business.
I will drink it every
That
day.
the Hennessy that kicking the paper, the thing making the paper to move. So,
Fui, yes, fui. Fui with a Hennessy.
Good night, everyone. Good night to the viewers. Thank you. Hey, cousin.
you finish saying good night, boss.
I'm talking about cousin. I beg you.
You finish saying good night, leave her alone. Go. He's a good night, cousin. Ava, what's up, man? How's your end?
My man, it's just a bird right now. You know, soon in the morning when that that the pepper bird, I'm flying just a pepper bird right now. No, but I just kidding, man. I'm missing my wife already.
That's good. Even if you're pretending, that's good. So honestly, at least you're not.
My daughter going to.
My man, they call me, my man. They say, when will we be there? They won't talk. When we going to eat a dumbo? Jose Kanga. Jose Kanga call me.
I got 2 events in Philly. My man's son graduating, and my cousin, I gotta go extend sympathy to her again. So up to you. Anytime.
No, I'm good. I got to talk to Senator Youngly, and we arrange something. I don't trust Ose. Ose will come and say all kind of things. She's not ready to make a move that she changed. So I don't trust her. But yeah, I can hear from Senator Youngly, I still put. Yeah.
I'm leaving from here around 1 o'clock, 1:30 tomorrow. So I should be in Philadelphia or in the Delaware area before the show.
Okay, but we super. I really want us to talk about CTN. CTN is a bad.
Yeah, no, CTN won't care our country. Where that money went? All that money?
That money gone, brother. You're sitting down here, you're doing listen, we gotta be forceful, man. We have to be forceful.
The main person who needs to be forceful is President Boyka.
Let me ask you a question. Say you must say, what do you think of coming president? So it could be not after 100 days. On a coming, what was your expectation? 100 days of comments.
Why don't we set a time? Let me break down.
No, briefly, just let me know. I still get a few seconds. Just briefly, don't go into 100 days for coming. How you think Liberia are going to be looking today?
Well, now we already be talking about the National Youth Volunteer Plan that would really engage the youth. That was one of the primary things we wanted to accomplish in terms of the first 100 days.
He was going to be talking about asset recovery in the 100 days.
Asset recovery is natural. It will not even got to talk about it.
Then you're going to set up a committee like Boyka did?
I don't know. There's institutions in government today that can handle that.
You're going to start signing on the War and Economic Crime Court with Cummings?
Yes, that was a promise.
You're going to start doing the $22 million for Dusty Road?
Now my question now. Let me ask you, Stanton, serious talk.
No, but you didn't answer my last question.
I mean, I can even share our whole infrastructure plan with you. But somehow I will not tell the other part before they say I'm talking bad thing. But Stanton, let me ask you: will you take 22 miles of decent paved road versus 785 miles of muddy road? Which one you take? Seriously?
On a very serious note, I mean, it's the first blunder from Rodan Guinness. Whether 22 miles or 730 something kilometer, Roland Guinea need to explain to the Liberian people what actually happened with the 22 million. And I think this will haunt Jose Yiman Barker. You are not an engineer, I am not an engineer. But to do some patches, like he said on other network, that these things were just maintenance. You didn't tell us that you're doing maintenance work for 22 million. Look at the road today, Abba. Look at the road today. Find a project, complete a project, and give us a long-lasting outcome on that project. You did the road in 1 week. The next day after rain, we went back to square zero. You wasted the Liberian people $22 million.
Mr. Cummings, basically, we're going to do the same thing Joseph Boyka said, no car will get stuck. But if you look at the entire country, there are probably 40 to 45 spots that really hinder people from moving all across the country. Those spots that where the focus we are being on, not the rest of the road.
But you're talking about you're going too far. Let's remain on the RIA and East International. We knew that East International was a blunder. Roland Guinness pushed and pushed and pushed, and they agreed to keep East International for 6 years. For 6 years, we have the document on East International. There was nothing they were doing, but you can't be awarded them more. This is an embarrassment to this government.
Well, I tell you, it will be a tendency across government.
But I will say this to you. When you talk about the 25 million mop of exercise, the 16 billion on the George Manaware, this 22 million for dirty, dusty road, just for maintenance is a problem. It's a catch. This is an embarrassment. And I hope this government
value for money for that 22 million.
Exactly. And I hope the government can find a way to cover this up, right? Because what we have received, Roland Guinness alone, a water contract to folks.
When you say that, hold on, Stanton. Let me stop you 1 second. When you say he alone a water contract, explain that to me because I don't see how one person.
Well, you crying now. You say you get time. Then I'm gonna explain it to you again.
Oh no, I hear whole day.
Oh, you not change your plan. You hear whole day.
No, I said
let me say this to you.
I said I'm going anywhere.
Oh, you feeling lonely, right? Yeah, so just go down the road. You know where to go.
My best friend read us.
I'm gonna leave you hanging. The sooner you can leave me hanging.
Best friend.
But on a serious note, though, right? And that's why I'm happy that we get into the law. I think these guys, they are creating a cartel system of the old. They bring them back on Joseph Boakai. I say, Va, you supported Commerce, you supported CPP and ANC. You will do it again. I supported Joseph Boakai. If you sit with President Boakai, you see a new Liberia. If you sit with President Boakai, you see the vision of building a new city. He got nothing but love for the country. But here's the issue. I think you said it. That alliance connection, that because I brought my party, I'm going to bring somebody that you must nominate, you must appoint, you must put in power. That's the problem, Ava. That's where we are as people. Nelson, you got what I'm saying? I know you're tired, Nelson. That's the problem. So my issue here, Ava, is that at the end of the day, President Boakai need to go by and change course. Fire most of these guys. Fire them.
You know, some people
do not fire them, right? I will end on this because I know you got to comment. If you do not fire them, they will damage you. You will go down in the history as one of the worst presidents ever, because President Boakai is not all over. My brother, what Roland Guinness did and what other people are doing with the MedTech, with the CTN, with those agreements, they are only there for themselves. And we that have wars, if we do not come around and preach and back within the first year, and Cummins will be laughing at him, and Joel will be laughing at him, and Europe will say, but we told you, right? And political leaders, Teron Gonglo will say, but we told you. On a very, very serious note, President Boakai is in a place right now, if he doesn't take drastic action, understanding that the first 100-day public work project was a complete mess and failure, the government, the country, lost $22 million. President Boakai is going down the drain. He is. He is going down the drain under this condition. He has to change course. People around here say, no, you know, we did this, we take picture. No, brother. We are in a digital age. I can tell Nelson, get up tomorrow morning, go to RTR Road. Get up tomorrow morning, go to Bokulum Jile. We can get you transportation, he take video and picture. I said, bye. Look at the general ministry. They got stuck in the mud. They were on their way. They got stuck in a $22 million mud.
You got some people defending, the minister, right? They say single source. Single source doesn't mean one person will make decision. That's not single source. Single source means you sourcing a contract to one company, but that company goes through a vetting process with an internal body, not one person decision. You understand what single source is?
I forget about the single source. I'm not interested. SSF. West Africa Corporation are the same family. They excuse Honor George manner where they didn't pay our money, so we got stuck, we can do anything. But these are the same people you gave them money to. You gave them money telling us they will go and repair the road. They got them when they took yellow dirt and put it on the road and pliable. It rained one night, no more pliable, 22 million going waste. Abba, it's troubling.
Well, I asked that, what was the connection? They tried to explain.
People are angry, Abba. People
people
call
are
us.
supposed to be
They are angry. People calling us, not even opposition. Angry. People within opposition because we talk. They are angry. You cannot lie to the Liberian people no more. Look at Amin Moda, our friend. Amin Moda. Imagine Amin Moda sitting there telling us it's okay to keep Metek. But he couldn't ask Metek where the Liberian people money from 2021 June up to present. What did you do with the money?
On what grounds can Amin say we should keep Metek? I would love to talk to Amin.
But you get the document, man. I share with us in the chat.
Yeah, I saw the letter, but what the grounds?
Read it.
I saw the letter.
I may have no genuine reason of keeping Metek just because of family relationship. Okay? I mean, uncle, and I will say this tomorrow. His uncle worked for Metek.
Are you serious?
I mean, causing our own the Cape that where he and Metek guys then can meet. You don't let us to talk these things. These are embarrassment of personal interest. So when we say the reason why you don't do this, you cannot. But President Bouaka is not in the know. So they sign paper and take it to the president and say we'll do away with CTN, but let's keep Metek, we'll reduce the price. Brother, so LRA custom officer can do the work Metek doing. LRA custom officer, and Labrador can generate a lot of money. Beaver, you know what Metek did? Metek subcontracted Beaver, the same company that they were kicking away. I mean, it is total embarrassment. It is total embarrassment for us to sit here and allow these things to happen.
No question.
Our country is bleeding.
I wonder, does Joseph Boyka just have the same amount of people with the same thinking in front of him? He got nobody of a different thought process that won't hold people accountable, that can make noise?
So you go to your advisor. The advisor go meet Grace Fair, who is the chief of staff to the president, have a side meeting, right? And the chief of staff tell the president, this is what we are, you need to sign this thing. The people are agreed to renegotiate. The people are agreed to restructure the contract. And let's move on because, you know, it would just take them all, people on job, they will be losing the job, the country will not get money. So let's just consider them. Let's just consider them. We made them there, we fixed them, we made them look good. However, you cannot make them look any good, my brother. You cannot.
Nothing looks good right now.
Well, that's what they're saying. They will go to Bouaka and tell the President Bouaka will revamp the whole something, will make them look good, will do this, they will comply with our laws. They will pay. No, it's self-interest.
That's sad.
It's self-interest. I got so many documents.
You want me to ask you what a document?
No. You know they can't.
No, I just teasing you. No,
but when I start calling people names, it's very bad. They feel that person in Bouaka just sitting there, and when they come, you just say, okay. That's what people are feeling. People think that person in Bouaka just sitting there, right? And the advisor come, Nelson, and when they come, and all they will do, okay, the person will just say, okay, go ahead. No.
But we need to see action from Bouaka.
But that's why we will push Bouaka. That's why this time around, we will call him. That's why this time around, we will send text message. That's why this time around, we will push them and we will reveal to the Liberian people, listen, Jeremy Pierce and Bouaka don't only one term. So if President Bouaka agreed that he would take the beating and Liberia be destroyed, that President Bouaka. If President Bouaka agreed everything he promised the Liberian people that he would implement it justly, fairly, as per the Constitution, the Liberian people will have a better country.
But
and I still do believe.
The most critical thing he said, and anything president said, a policy, no car will be stopped for that first 100 days. No car.
But cars don't be stuck.
This you have made our priority.
But he said no car will be stuck the first 100 days. He didn't say after the first 100 days.
Okay. But during the 100 days, car got stuck.
Nothing. He said no car will be stuck the first 100 days. He didn't say no car will be stuck after the first 100 days. So give it to the Obeda.
So the first 100 days passed already.
Exactly. What happened on the 101?
They were in dry season.
The 100 days, our dry season. After that, what happened? No, but seriously. The muddy road is not correct. Seriously. They have to do something about those spots. It's the same spots year in, year out. Whether it's because the water running under that road or whether because the deck there is soft, they got to do something for those spots. The spots have not changed consistently. It's the same place. And for this minister, and he was working with public works before he worked there during Ellen time. So to advise the president,
he was deputy minister, right? He was deputy minister. Roland Guinness was recommended to be the minister of public work. About
this my own brother Talan Dwako said the mean rules are pliable. What are you considering mean rules?
I mean, listen to me. Roland Guinness was recommended by the same people that are there today. Roland Guinness was recommended. We know who made the final recommendation for Roland Guinness. They are all discouraged and disappointed. There's a smart guy at public work. His name is Prince Tamba. He's the deputy minister. He worked for one of the African Development Bank and he came back. He's very, very straight up. I mean, I think Roland Guinness should listen to him. And I think they will have a better relationship and work better.
But if he's not being listened to, why he can't say something?
I think Roland Guinness should listen to him.
Why he can say something?
Brother, you know why? It is important that when this video, and I hate when the old UP people start saying, oh, well, lead the man. No, because they're your friend. You know they get old UP and new UP, right? You know they get the Balanceli UP that everything was just cash and go. And the new UP that coming now that in-house fighting. Man, let go, man, before you get me to start talking plenty. Let go, bye. Let go. I want to say thank you, Abba. Have a good night. Don't keep me here because your wife left you and she went California with your daughter. She will be back. Be patient. They'll be back. I want to say thank you. Thank you for holding on. But it is why it is. We will push.
So, my man, we have to really work to clean this country. Seriously. They could the hard work. It doesn't have to be anger. It doesn't have to be assault.
They will cause your mind. They will cause your power. They will cause your generation. And just be strong.
So the people will cost me when I look at them, I can just laugh and feel sorry for them for causing me. So it will not mean anything for anybody to cost. But we got to be consistent. We got to speak to the issues. Yeah. We got to focus on these things.
Yep.
We don't insult anybody.
And that's right. We will have to do it with all fear.
Yes.
That's what we need to do. We can't sit there and allow this thing. But man, sit with President Bouaka and listen to wisdom. Listen to law for country.
But you see, I want to apply wisdom. I want him to just sit down and talk about it. He has to manage. Performance management is critical. If he cannot do it, I don't see why a John Malu is not sitting down with him.
John Malu is coming on the show.
I won't mention, but if John Malu sitting down with
John Malu is putting together a big package for the Liberian people. He will appear on Spoon. Folks, don't forget, Ketema and myself, the program will be very, very hard. We'll be jumping into different issues. I want to say we're spinning the thing from all angles. It is important that you be part of it. We love Liberia and you love us. Together, we can make a better country. It's no hate.
No, nobody hate anybody here.
It's just straight up.
And the people going about it.
Alex Tyler. I beat on Alex Tyler so many times. I mean, not Alex Tyler. Yeah, he brother. I beat on Salif Tyler. And but myself, we talk, we compare notes, we talk about issue. That's how. Look at Edwin Snow. How many times beat on Edwin Snow? Look at Musa Ability. Look at Darius DeLong. Look at people in the ministry. We beat on them, Magepa. We beat on him, but yet and still, they are willing to work. You know, but then you want to tell us after coming to power, you want to start the early hustle, the early D-hole cover hole. It's wrong.
No,
it's wrong. But we're reminding Liberian people.
Lot of unnecessary mistakes have been made. But then when you look deeply now at the whole financial situation, the structure, things that's supposed to be changing, I don't know. I don't see it.
But that's why they kick John Model off. Because you think John Model will be PPCC director, he will let most of the thing to fly. You think so? He will not let this thing to fly. Because you know why? This thing fly only when they say, okay, we get PPCC blessing. We send out who PCC? That Angel Gabriel working at PPCC? That Angel Mary working at PPCC? Eh? You're going to say, oh, we got a PPCC document. The man are working there as director. Is he an angel? He just fell from heaven? We're stupid here, man. Y'all stop that nonsense. But we get PPCC blessing. We get PFM law. Y'all stop that nonsense, man. We know Khalid when we see Khalid.
Well, now, the deal on paper, we talking about actual action. And then
we
people
know,
talking about what?
We know
yeah,
Khalid
my
when we
man.
see Khalid.
But I ain't give me joy, so I vest. Like, I choose a burger for job. Look, when you qualify and you're competent and you know what you know, you can worry with Mr. Dan.
Thank you. Have a good
All
night,
right,
my
brother.
brother.
Y'all take care.
Yes,
Tomorrow.
sir. See you tomorrow by God's grace. All right, that's Ava Toba, you know, the man that ran away from Monrovia, went to Grand Cape Mount, and we had to send Spoon Truck to bring him in time. You remember that, right, Nelson?
After the publication.
I went there, he left before I said.
The man was so lucky.
What a picture of Ava, Nelson. What a picture. Ava, where's the picture, man? That's it.
That
you gonna find it for us?
Photo is difficult.
Oh, you can find it, right?
Yeah. Difficult to find that photo now.
You're not seeing it? I really want that picture. That's it. The man get very old. After we brought him down, he got mad at us. Oh, you know what? It looked like I got it yet, that's it.
Oh, okay.
You got it?
No, I'm still searching.
I won't create problem. The one that you were sitting there, you're sitting there something though, right? If you can find it, we'll find it tomorrow and we'll show it. And then from there, he ran away straight. He ran away. Hey man, people on the show, people they be calling. I love you. Thank you for calling, but it is well. You find it, Nelson?
No, not yet.
Hey, I forget Nelson. Hey, let you hiding that picture. You want Ava to get fair?
No, I'm trying to find the picture, but
no lie.
Yeah.
You're not correct.
I can't make it.
I don't know how the people can go and find all the pictures. So God is so fast. When you ask them for our picture, they find it quick. You know, but all right. So you can find it, right? You're not finding it, right?
No.
Somebody got a picture out there, though. I do believe that somebody got it out there. That's it?
No, not.
All right, so we're gonna go because we can find it. We hope that Nelson get a chance to find it, but I think Nelson doing it intentionally. He's trying to call for Ava. All right, Nelson, no problem. If you can find it, no problem. Have a good night. Who's on your show tonight, Nelson?
Oh, okay. So tonight we're gonna have the president of the motorcyclists, John Keon, we
Oh yeah.
intend having tonight on the show. So we talk about the latest decision
Was
from
that
the
true? There was a new decision tonight and today.
yeah. The line was
Yeah,
breaking in.
but we asked the minister and he said no, it wasn't true. We asked the minister, he said it wasn't true.
You mean to the police reconsidering the
Yes.
decision?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, so what the police IG said is that they are going to uh give them the permission to apply the area from Freeport, let's say from Freeport to ELW Junction. But before doing that, they should have all the safety gears, the
Okay.
helmet, insurance, registered. The bike should be registered. All the 2V mirrors should be there and everything. So
So they have some restrictions. It's just not that you'll come back on the road. Okay. So it's very clear that yeah, people just carried on the wrong story. But thank you very much, Nelson. It's always good to see you. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
sir. Okay,
Yeah.
so well, folks, that's how we like to draw down the curtains tonight on the program. Thanks to all of you for following. We appreciate you for being here tonight on Spoon Talk. Thanks to our folks in Radio Land that are always there listening across the country on the different networks. On the Spoon Network on Spoon 107.5 FM, Fabric 101.1, and Super 95.5 FM. There are other frequencies across the country that are always relaying the program as well. Thanks to Gibi FM in Kakatama, Gibi County. Thanks to Trust FM in Bomi County. Thanks to Premier Radio in Bon County. And of course, Trend Radio in Grand Creek County, and other radio stations as well that will sometimes relay the program even without telling us. We appreciate you. Thanks for being a part of this joining. Thanks to our folks online, our online audience, of course. The folks on YouTube, our YouTube handle is Spoon Talk Live. Thanks to all of you on YouTube for being here with us. Thanks to the folks on Facebook. Of course, we are always live on Facebook on Spoon FM, that's Spoon TV, with over 500,000 followers. You can also find us on Fabric TV on Facebook and on Super TV on Facebook as well. In case you are following Spoon TV and you're not following Fabric TV, kindly try to do so. You can follow Fabric TV and Spoon TV on Facebook as well. And then, in case you've not subscribed to our YouTube, you can try to do so. Just go to YouTube, search Spoon Talk Live, and the handle is going to appear. You're going to find the handle. You see all of our programs there. You can always find us there, and we will appreciate if you were to do so. All right. Just before I go, I want to say happy birthday to all of the folks celebrating their birthday today. Let me do this as a belated birthday greeting for little Serenity. She celebrated her birthday yesterday. Happy belated birthday to you. We wish you all the best as you go ahead celebrating your birthday today. And also I want to say congratulations to Chelsea Reeves. Chelsea Reeves, congratulations to you on your graduation today. And of course, your family, your aunt, Sabina and Douglas, and family want to say congratulations to you, Chelsea Reeves, as you graduate today with a bachelor's degree. All right. And so again, we want to say thanks to all of you out there for being here with us on Spoon Talk. Till we come your way again, have a good night. Spoon Talk will be back on your radio tomorrow. Another fascinating edition of the show you don't want to miss. Until then, have a good night and bye-bye for now.
You want to know what is happening, Moravia Tunto Spoon. Politicians want to make their decision just Tunto Spoon. You want to know what